Hello, everyone. Welcome, one and all. The show that never ends. Well, and after a while, but welcome everyone to another episode or spy number of Chasing Labels. I am your host Andrew Cabral, and once again we are back here not on a Monday but on a Tuesday. For those of you who are just tuning in for the first time, this is the podcast YouTube channel, the YouTube live stream show, whatever you want to call it. This is the show where we go over the several announcements in the boutique world of home video, specifically things that have happened or announced within the last 2 weeks or so. It's not everything. It's mostly things that I'm specifically interested in personally, adding to my collection at some point, or things I just find interesting in general that I do want to point out to make people aware of them. We talk about the movies, we talk about the special features, we talk about the different companies that put out all this kind of stuff. And this is spy number or episode number 182. And let me make sure all of my settings are correct. Yeah, I always like to double check these things, but I ran a little bit behind when it came to setting up. So I want to make sure everything is good. Yeah, we're all good. Just want to make sure the camera angle is good. Excuse me, all of that stuff. But thank you all for joining me here. Thank you all for watching, listening, however you consume anything that's on this channel or in the the Chasing Labels, oeuvre. Thank you all. Typically I like to start out every episode by doing a little bit of a movie collection update. As you can see around me, if you're watching a live stream, I got movies everywhere, shelves behind me, I got stacks next to me, I got shelves to the right of me, uh, shelves everywhere are full of movies and Blu-rays, 4Ks, DVDs, etc., etc. But I don't have much in the way of updating because the last two weeks goes by very fast. Um, I don't know if it's just me or the time in between episodes moves so quickly. Sometimes you don't end up getting anything. Sometimes you end up getting too many things. But let me start off by doing a little bit of a collection update. Um, Oh, two things. Actually, this goes along with it. Yeah, this goes along with it. So currently up here on the Chasing Labels channel, we have our reviews of several of the releases put out by Criterion for January of 2026. I basically did. Well, we talked about the movie Birth, um, the Jonathan Glazer film, and I got to talk about Captain Blood. Steven, my producer here on Chasing Labels, previous co-host, good friend, he also talked about Birth. Hold on. He also talked about Birth, and he also talked about House Party, which got a release this month from Criterion as well. So those are currently up here on the channel. If you're interested in checking that out, please do so. If you're interested in getting those releases, obviously, if you want to, see if they're worth it, definitely check out those reviews as well. But Jonathan Glazer's Birth is still a movie that I find to be very, very good. It's a movie that came out in 2004. Had only really been on DVD, at least when it came to US and Region A land, no Blu-ray for the longest time. And now not only do we get a Blu-ray, but we get it in 4K as well. And Jonathan Glazer does not direct a lot of movies. He's only directed about, what was it, like 4-5 movies in the last 25 years? There's Sexy Beast, there's Birth, there is Under the Skin, and there is The Zone of Interest. I think that's about it. So yeah, not a lot, but a really great, interesting auteur of a director. Then of course you have Captain Blood, the Michael Curtiz film from 1935. This is stuff that I love. I love classic cinema. I love the cinema of the golden age of Hollywood, the 1930s, the 1940s, in that era. And this is the launching pad of the careers of both Errol Flynn and Olivia de Havilland. They had both done things beforehand, but this is really the movie that launched their careers into another level. And Michael Curtiz is, I think, one of the most influential filmmakers of the last century, really. But so if you're interested, we have reviews for both of these up on the channel currently. And let's see, some movie collection updates. I did talk about this on my. We did a whole also big favorite releases of 2025 video that we did as well. I did 10 picks. My friend Steven did 10 picks as well. And yeah, this was one of them for me just because I had to mention Radiance. We're going to be talking about Radiance on this episode as well, which I forgot to put in the notes. Coincidentally, I've got to add that to my notes or else I'm going to forget. But Radiance, of course, had a great year as they typically do. And this year and last year, one of their uh, excellent box set releases is Die Gothic. Die Gothic is their one of their great box sets. Like I said, it's a Blu-ray limited edition box set featuring 3 Japanese ghost stories from the 1960s all the way up to 1970. And this contains, what does this contain? Demon of Mount Oi, The Haunted Castle, Ghost of Kasani Swamp. So 3 really cool Japanese horror films from the 1960s. Let's see, what else did I get here? I think I talked about this last time. I can't remember if I did. I don't think it came in time for the last episode of Chasing Labels, so I'll figure I'd talk about it now. I mentioned it briefly on on that video I was just talking about, our favorite release of 2025 list. But Eureka, since we're going to be talking about Eureka in this episode as well, I might as well talk about this. This is Rack and Ruin, the Rebel film at DEFA, and these are movies from East Germany in post World War II. If you're not familiar with world history, after World War II, Germany was split into 2 different countries: East Germany, which was basically run by the USSR, the Soviet Union, Russia, and then Western Germany, which was run by like the Western countries and whatnot, like Great Britain, United States, France, etc., etc. But they both had different film industries with different goals in mind, and East Germany had the DEFA, and these films specifically uh, were movies that were kind of like anti-Nazism movies, where they had to where the goals were to kind of, I guess, recondition people's minds of Germany to dismiss Nazism, if you will. And yeah, produced in the Soviet occupation in 1946, overseen by the Soviet military administration, one of its primary mandates was to aid in the denazification of Germany by focusing on anti-fascist themes in the films that would ruminate on the literal and figurative wreckage left behind by the Third Reich. So yeah, and this contains several movies. One, two, three, four, 5 movies. The Murderers Are Among Us, Somewhere in Berlin, Police Raid, Marriage in the Shadows, and The Blum Affair. So not very many, you know, labels are putting out East German post World War II films in a box set. So I figured this is something that I would be interested in. I talked about it when it was announced here on Chasing Labels, so it's not something I'm unfamiliar with, but just to get it in my collection is something I'm looking forward to actually fully diving into now that I have the time and the actual box set itself. Another thing that I got here, we actually coincidentally will be talking about Warner Archive too. Just see a little bit of a theme going on here. I got their release of this movie called The Enchanted Cottage. And this is a movie I also talked about on Chasing Labels when it was announced, and this came out last year, 2025. And this, I think, is a no pun intended here, a rather enchanting movie. I'm a big, I guess you could say, sucker for romance films or movies dealing with romance and human relationships and stuff like that. And this movie is definitely one of them, starring Dorothy McGuire and Robert Young. Um, it's a kind of a beautiful fairy tale esque movie. Just the blurb here on the back: can two damaged lonely people find happiness together? Can the love and inner beauty they nurture transform their outward appearance? So it's let's see. The premise is thus: when Oliver Bradford, Robert Young, returns hideously scarred from World War II, he leaves his fiancée, believing that no woman could ever love him. But Oliver meets Laura Pennington, Dorothy McGuire, a very plain young woman who thinks that no man would love a woman so lacking in physical beauty as she. The couple, basically, it's 2 people who have a lot of insecurities for obviously specific reasons, and they come together at this enchanted cottage, as the title of the movie suggests, and their physical appearances, their physical insecurities kind of go away, and their inner beauties kind of come out, and they're able to connect with one another. Beautiful, like I said, fairy tale esque movie. I really liked it when I got to watch it last year, and I picked it up. It was actually on sale. That's why I got it. I got to start keeping up with the Warner Archive releases. But that is it for that, for the movie collection update. But there's one more thing I actually do want to talk about. Coincidentally, I didn't plan this at all. I never really plan a lot of the things that go on here at Chasing Labels. To be quite honest, I kind of the only thing I really plan on is talking about the announcements. But this just so happens this day, which is January 20th, 2026, is the birthday of one of my favorite people ever in the movie world, and that is the late great David Lynch. And yeah, it's been it actually on January 15th was the anniversary of his passing. So January 20th is his birthday, January 15th is the anniversary of his passing. So a couple of days ago, people were posting about, the anniversary of his passing, which was 1 year, actually, 1 year. And um this would have been his 80th birthday. This would have been his big 80th birthday. Wherever he is in the universe, hopefully he's celebrating in David Lynchian fashion. But I never pass up an excuse to talk about one of my favorite filmmakers ever, one of my favorite people in movies ever, um, in David Lynch. So I'll just go over a few things I want to talk about when it came to David Lynch. David Lynch, for me, as I said when his passing about a year ago, is a transformative, transcendent fixture in my life for movies. You know what I mean? There are movies you come across, there are people within the movie spectrum you come across that have a profound effect on you as a movie fan, as a movie lover. And for me, David Lynch was one of those ones who opened up the doors of cinema I did not know. Cinema I did not know existed, and cinema I'm still thinking about to this day. The world of surrealism, the world of pushing movies as an artistic medium, pushing movies as a an artistic expression, and just doing the most with the medium that you possibly can, challenging us as viewers, challenging us as uh, people of thought, really. And there's no one like him. There was no one like him, and there is no one like him. So I just want to share. Obviously, I have his full filmography of movies. Luckily, they're all readily available to buy. Hold on, let me swing all these around. Um, should have put these actually in order like I wanted to, but this is how we make things up on the fly over here. Clearly, we fly by the seat of our pants. Let me see what we've got here. So, first up is obviously his first movie, which would be Eraserhead. Now, this edition here is the Criterion Collection Edition Blu-ray. I've had this in my collection for years. Truly one of the most unique ways to watch this movie. This movie is a lot. This movie will blow your mind in the best way or most harsh way possible, depending on who you are as a person. Hold on, let me find a way. Let me find a place to put these things here. I'm lacking of space is never not an issue for me. Hold on, let me move some things around because I should move. I have a stack of movies to my left. I should move them every time, but I never do. So that's Eraserhead. And now, secondly, here we have the all-time classic. Quite honestly, one of the greatest movies ever made. And I'm not saying that just as a biased fan of David Lynch. I'm saying that as a movie lover. And this is The Elephant Man. The Elephant Man, which is an extraordinary film starring John Hurt. Anthony Hopkins is in the movie as well. Um, yeah, a masterwork. Produced by Mel Brooks. He was a producer on this to help get this made. Um, just an extraordinary film. I won't go into depth of a lot of these. Here's David Lynch's Dune, the movie that he never liked to talk about. This movie was famously taken away from him, I believe, in post. So we never actually got to see the actual David Lynch version of Dune. All we got was the theatrical cut, and we've got the extended cut, neither of which were his versions of the movie. So I've never there's an Arrow release of this. I think there's an Arrow 4K of this actually. That is a much nicer edition than this Universal Blu-ray that I have, this older one. But since it's never, since David Lynch never really got to put out his version of the movie, I never got a really big, you know, really big urge to upgrade it. Next is Blue Velvet. Now, this is the Blu-ray edition. There is a 4K of this available from Criterion. One of the most astounding movies I've ever seen. This was actually, I think, my first David Lynch film that I ever watched. It was either this or Mulholland Drive, but I think it was Blue Velvet. And what a movie! Dennis Hopper, Kyle MacLachlan, Laura Dern, Isabella Rossellini is in the film as well. Just a fascinating look at what goes on in this white picket fence suburbia America. It looks all nice on the outside, but underneath there's just evil lurking, and that evil is Dennis Hopper. Next is Wild at Heart. This is the Nicolas Cage and Laura Dern film. This is uh, his interesting fantasy romance movie with shades of homages to the Wizard of Oz. There's this great documentary called Lynch Oz, where it hypothesizes that all of David Lynch's work is in reference to the Wizard of Oz, which, if you look back on it, it actually is. It actually is. Then we have Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me. Now, this is the prequel film to the all-time series of Twin Peaks, which I have here, and I'm going to show it in a few moments. But this is the prequel movie. This was actually supposed to be the first in a series of movies that David Lynch never got to make. It was going to be, I think there was going to be three of them. There was going to be this, and there were going to be two more. The problem is when this came out, it was such a flop with fans and just audiences in general that he never made the other two. So what we ended up getting was many, many years later, we got Twin Peaks: The Return, which is one of the greatest artistic works ever, just ever. But Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me on its own is brilliant, brilliant movie making. This is truly interesting. Twin Peaks: The Return is very much a continuation and a sequel series to this movie, more so than to the original series, in my opinion. But I can go on and on forever on that. But do not watch this before watching the series. This will ruin the central mystery of the series, which is vitally important that you do not know when going into it. So do not watch this beforehand. Next up, we have Lost Highway, which is a movie starring Patricia Arquette as well as Bill Pullman. What a mind trip of a movie! An utter mind trip of a film. Excellent, excellent movie. And then we've got a movie that completely different than anything else David Lynch ever did. And that is the movie The Straight Story. Now, this is the imprint edition. This is imprint number 61. And this is a truly beautiful and astonishing, simple movie. That it's so simple, yet so beautiful, yet so just idealistically perfect, if I could say that. And yeah, this has since come out. I think another boutique label has put this out. I can't remember who, but this is the imprint version of that. It's a Disney movie actually. David Lynch working with Disney. Next is probably perhaps his magnum opus, and this is the movie Mulholland Drive. Mulholland Drive. This is the movie starring Naomi Watts, Laura Harring, Justin Theroux's in the film. Just an absolute masterwork of a film in every sense of the word. Probably his masterpiece. I think all of his movies are essentially masterpieces, but this one is a masterpiece of masterpieces. And yeah, it's one of the earliest works of surrealism that I ever saw. And it really blew my mind, and still to this day blows my mind. I think I have to check. I actually need to bring up the Criterion website anyway, because we're going to be talking about Criterions here on Chasing Labels during this episode. Let me check. I don't know if it got an upgrade yet to 4K, or if it's still just on Blu-ray. Let's see. Oh yeah, there is a 4K. Okay. So this is something I'm definitely going to be upgrading sometime soon. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. Like, it's one of the greatest films I've ever seen. I still don't know what this movie's about, and I've seen it several times, and I've been watching it for damn near 20 years, and I still do not know what that movie is about. Then next up here is the movie um, Inland Empire. Inland Empire. This is David Lynch's last film that he ever directed in 2006. He didn't direct anything movie wise, feature film wise, from 2006 up until his passing. He had other projects he was working on at the time. He even had other projects that were not, not completed. And yeah, it's truly, truly amazing, amazing work from the great David Lynch. This is his entire, filmography here in my hands. I've shared it before. I think I shared it when he passed, but I figured I would share it once again because I have a little extra time. Now, I do have the two series here, Twin Peaks and Twin Peaks of the Return. So here's Twin Peaks: The Entire Mystery. Now, this has been released in a much larger and a better edition, actually. It's called Twin Peaks Z through A. They released it in several different editions, and that has everything that these two have. This is the complete series for Twin Peaks. This is the complete event series of Twin Peaks: The Return, and the Z through A box set that I do not have has all the special features, all the content, but I think several more things as well. So if you're interested in getting Twin Peaks in its entirety, get the Z through A collection. That's the one you want because that gives you everything. I just happened to buy these when they came out, and that's why I have them. So yeah, that's everything David Lynch related. So let me put these aside, and then we'll get into what we get into here on Chasing Labels, and that will be the boutique label announcements from the last 2 weeks or so. Um, yeah, let me make sure everything is situated behind me. Nothing's going to be falling around. Let me check. Yeah, just checking some things. Okay. Thought I had spilled something on something. Almost had several heart attacks. All right. Speaking of Warner Archive, like I just was, I guess we'll start with Warner Archive. Why not? So Warner Archive had their February release announcements about a week or so ago, and it's only a couple of things. They also had a follow up message on their social media feed, I guess. I don't know because some of their social media feed is up to date, some of it isn't. It really all depends on where you follow them. And it's also Warner, like I think it's called Warner Classics now. It's not called Warner Archive, but either way, they basically said that their February releases are truncated because of some production issues or like replication issues. Things aren't quite ready to be announced yet, or something like that. But what we did get are a couple of things that I'm interested in heavily. At the top, on top of the list, this is actually one of my most anticipated releases in the next 2 months. Mogambo, 1953. So if you're familiar with what I talked about from the last Warner Archive release announcements, they put out the movie Red Dust, or they're going to be putting out the movie Red Dust on Blu-ray. Now, Red Dust, like I mentioned during that episode, is the movie from 1932 starring Clark Gable, Jean Harlow, I think who else? Yeah, Gene Raymond, Mary Astor, and Mogambo is a remake of Red Dust, also starring Clark Gable, but it also stars, let's see, let's see, also stars Ava Gardner as well as Grace Kelly. And yeah, this is such a highly anticipated release for me. It's directed by John Ford as well, so it's going to go right into my John Ford collection. Perfect, perfect. But we also have Stranger on the Third Floor from 1940, Tarzan and His Mate from 1934. That is the sequel to Tarzan. Um, was it Tarzan the Ape Man? Hold on, my mind's completely blanking on me. Let me see if it says it here. Bum, bum, bum. It does not say it. That would have been too easy for me. That would have been too easy for me. Hold on, let me check because I know it's a sequel to the first Tarzan movie, which came out, I think, in 1932, which One Archive has already put out a release of. Now, where am I going to go to look this up? You know what? I'm going to go to IMDb. That's probably not the best thing. There are so many. Yeah, it is called Tarzan the Ape Man. I was right. Okay. It's Tarzan the Ape Man, then Tarzan and his mate, uh, being Jane. Yeah. So we have that, and then we have the movie. Um, oh, no, then we have a I think a Hanna Barbera animation, Loop De Loop: The Complete Collection, 1959 to 1965. So that is it. So 3 movies and an animated series. I don't know if it's Hanna-Barbera, actually, now that I'm looking at it. Let me actually look that up. I should have looked these things up before the show, but I'm honestly, once I get locked into preparing for Chasing Labels, yeah, my priority is to watch as much as possible. All of the extra, like, looking up and research is just kind of falls to the wayside. Yep, it is a Hanna-Barbera. So Loop De Loop is a Hanna-Barbera cartoon. That makes sense. Sometimes you never know. Sometimes you never know what Warner Brothers has in their archive. Hence the title Warner Archive. But um let's see what else we've got here. So yeah, actually let's go back to Mogambo. Okay. So I'm all over the place. It's not a Monday, but it feels like a Monday. And it's Tuesday, and my body's it has like a Monday feeling to it. I don't know. It's weird. It's so weird. Um, oh boy, this is gonna be a mess here. So, let me read this. So, a Broadway showgirl stranded in the African jungle, Eloise is more suited for the urban jungle. Yet one look at safari guide Victor Marcel, and Eloise knows exactly where she wants to be. Times change, but the fun remains. When Clark Gable portrays the virile Victor in this sassy, vibrant remake of Gable's 1932 hit Red Dust, Ava Gardner is at her most glamorous, despite the location playing tough-hearted, vulnerable-hearted Eloise, and Grace Kelly as the prim anthropologist's wife who catches Victor's roving eye. Both women earned Oscar nominations, with Kelly also winning a Supporting Actress Golden Globe for her performance, directed by the legendary John Ford and filled with Ford's lung-swelling zest for the great outdoors. Mogambo shines anew, having been meticulously restored directly from 4K scans of the original Technicolor negatives, especially for this Warner Archive Blu-ray release. Like I said, this pairs up perfectly with Red Dust, because Mogambo being a remake of Red Dust, Clark Gable plays the same role in both movies, and it's similarly plotted. The major difference is this: in Red Dust is a pre-code film. Pre-code meaning before the Hays Code was instituted, so you could get away with a lot more in Red Dust than you could in Mogambo. You could get away with more sexually suggestive material, where the Jean Harlow character, who I believe is Ava Gardner's playing the Jean Harlow character, can be more promiscuous in that movie, because that is kind of the the gist of this love triangle that's going on. You've got the Ava Gardner character, who's more kind of lusty, and you've got the Grace Kelly character, who's more proper, and then you've got them both kind of lusting after the Clark Gable character, and that's part of the movie. And yeah, I love Red Dust, but I really, really like Mogambo. And the fact that this is finally getting a Blu-ray release is awesome. So we have a new 4K restoration of the movie from the original Technicolor negatives. It's amazing that they still have the original Technicolor negatives. For those of you who don't know, a lot of those original Technicolor negatives are long gone for a lot of movies. Absolutely gone. They were either burned or used up or destroyed or whatever. But they have it for Mogambo. You have 2 MGM cartoons. You have Tom and Jerry cartoon, Just Ducky, MGM cartoon where it's Fitzpatrick Travel Talk short, Land of the Ugly Duckling. You have the original theatrical trailer, and that is it. This is coming out February 24th. Now, now Stranger on the Third Floor I have seen, but I kind of don't remember the movie. I know it's got Peter Lorre in it, which is already enough to sell the movie for me. You don't have to pull my arm or twist my arm when it comes to movies with Peter Lorre in them. So, description. Critics and fans agree Stranger on the Third Floor is the little B picture that launched one of the greatest movements in cinema history. Film noir. That's it. Okay. That's why this movie is important. So, this is considered one of the first, if not the first, proper film noir films. Uh, there's That's why this movie is important. So, Peter Lorre plays the eerie title character in this once neglected gem about a reporter whose testimony sentences a small time loser to the electric chair for murder. When the reporter himself is fingered in a second murder, he realizes both crimes are the work of a furtive stranger. But will anyone believe him? All the shadowy, shivery, angled angst of German expressionism is here, married to the hard-boiled ambiguity that marks the genre. The highlight, a suspense and sweat-drenched dream sequence that jolted 1940 audiences into an exciting new way of looking at the movies. This new Warner Archive Blu-ray release has been remastered directly from the 4K scans of the feature's original nitrate camera negative. This stranger never looked so good. Stranger being in quotes. So this has a new 4K restoration from the original camera negative. 3 episodes of Peter Lorre starring in the classic radio series Mystery of the Air, Beyond Good and Evil, Crime and Punishment, Mask of Medusa, also coming out February 24th. So this is a historically important film. Obviously, for being one of the first, if not the first, proper film noir films. Definitely adding this to my collection. Film noir is one of my favorite movements in movies, subgenre in movies, genre in movies, however you want to phrase it. Film noir is great. We celebrate it every single November with Noirvember, and we celebrate kind of all year round. But either way, this is the movie Stranger on the Third Floor getting a Blu-ray release on February 24th. These are all coming out February 24th. And then last when it comes to feature films here is Tarzan and His Mate. This is this is like I said, the second this is how do I say this? So Tarzan's been adapted many, many, many times in various entertainment areas. Comic books, movies, TV, everything, right? So this is part of the series of the Johnny Weissmuller and Maureen O'Sullivan. They did 6 movies together. There's a total of 12 in this series of Johnny Weissmuller portraying Tarzan. The first 6 were at MGM. The second 6 were at RKO. But Maureen O'Sullivan left after the sixth movie. So this is the second of the first 6 movies put out by MGM. You following along with me here? Total of 12, 6 by MGM, 6 by RKO. The first 6 starred both Johnny Weissmuller and Maureen O'Sullivan. Okay, that's where we are. That's where we are here. And Tarzan and His Mate is the second of those. So, hail Tarzan and His Mate, the second and widely considered the best of the 6 MGM, Johnny Weissmuller, and Maureen O'Sullivan Tarzan feature films. But when the Hayes office looked at the original version of the film, out came the scissors. Yes, so the original version of this movie, this is a pre-code film. This is a pre-code film. Actually, it was right on the edge because the Hays Code, I think, was instituted around 1934, 1935. So it was kind of right on that edge, I think, of that time. But either way, the movie was cut down because of certain things that were in it, specifically nudity, actually. And you may be thinking to yourself, nudity in a 1930s picture? Why, yes. Why, yes, there was. So as this says here, when the Hayes office looked at the original version of the film, out came the scissors. And out went a semi-nude morning swim, out went the topless tribal women, out went warfare action, and more. So they cut down the movie. So this edition of Tarzan is made contains the long censored moments and recaptures the original vision of the Lord of the Apes life and love life. So all of that nudity or semi-nudity the more warfare action sequences that are in the film that were cut out are reinserted into the movie, and what you get here is the uncensored original version of the movie Tarzan and His Mate. Um, the story picks up a few years after the 1932 film Tarzan the Ape Man. Tarzan has been living for several years with the Englishwoman Jane Parker, Maureen O'Sullivan, but now Jane's former fiance, Martin Arlington, comes to the jungle hoping to use her to find the legendary elephants' graveyard and its fabled treasure of ivory. Arlington's arrogance and greed, however, lead to his gruesome death. Now Tarzan races across the jungle, calling his friends and elephants to help save Jane from the same grisly fate. That kind of just summed up the whole movie. So, yeah, it's for the time, this movie was kind of way ahead of its time. Not only with its depiction of more risque things regarding nudity and action and things like that, but just as an adventure movie, it's quite extraordinary for 1934. It really, really is. It's better than the first movie, in my opinion. So I the Ape Man, and I thought it was okay. I wasn't really too taken with it. This movie's much better. This movie is so much better. I don't know what the major difference is. Maybe just you know it just moves faster, and you already have the introduction of Tarzan, so there's none of that really in there that you have to go through, and he's just able to kind of have an adventure, and it's it's commenting on some universal truths, really, some universal themes in you know people coming to the jungle, coming to the natural world to exploit it for financial profit, financial gain. That's something we've seen in movies forever. Heck, the Avatar movies are still being made now, and that's what that's what the basis of the first movie was. And that's modern time. So we've seen this kind of same theme over and over again, but it's nice to see it in a movie from 1934. Gee, but yeah, this movie definitely is ahead of its time in that regard. I really liked it a lot. You have a new 4K restoration from the best preservation elements, classic MGM shorts, the spectacle maker. What price jazz? I kind of wish they had more in the way of special features in terms of the making of this movie, because if you go onto the Wikipedia, which is not the best source for information, but it's quick and easy, the making of this movie is fascinating. It went through multiple directors who shot different sequences of the movie, and yeah, there was of a lot of production issues, because the first movie was actually a massive financial hit. We're talking like millions of dollars of financial hit. And millions of dollars in the 1930s is crazy. So this movie went into production very, very quickly. Like I said, the first movie came out in 32. This came out in 34. Edgar Rice Burroughs, who was the original author, he was still around, and he sold, the rights very, very quickly to cash in on the success of the first film. And there's so much in terms of what went on during the production of this. I would love to have seen some more special features that would delve into this, but I guess you can look all that stuff up online. And then lastly, here we have Loop De Loop, the complete collection, another Hanna Barbera animation show that I'm gonna add to my collection eventually. So we won't get into all of that because we don't really cover TV too much on here, much to my chagrin. Although I am running the show, I could talk about TV if I wanted to, but we got to stay focused here, people. We got to stay vigilant. So let's get into what else is happening here. I guess I want to go to Shout Factory slash Scream Factory. They had some announcements. I thought that would be appropriate to delve into. Let me see what else is going on. I just wanted to make sure to check the stream because I don't know. I had some computer issues recently. In the recent episode of Movies Down Memory Lane, which we talked about Goodfellas, my internet immediately crashed upon starting up that stream, and that's not happened in a very, very, very long time. So I want to check the stream to make sure we're cooking with gas here. We're moving along here, ever so gingerly. I haven't, like I've mentioned on previous episodes. If you're new to here, I have older equipment. That's the one thing when it comes to doing anything tech wise, whether it's podcasting, live streaming, YouTube stuff in general. You gotta have decent equipment or else it goes haywire on you really quick. Um, Let me see. It looks like my stream's going okay. Yeah, it looks like it's going all right. Um, I can't really worry about that now because we are right in the middle of it. So I do want to talk about the Scream Factory slash Shout Factory stuff. Let me go over to yeah. So we let me go. I'll list off the announcements and then I have to go over to Groove.com because that's where we're going to get all of the details. And these are the March titles. So these are all coming out in March. So we've got let's see. There's a 4K release of the movie Outbreak. 4K release of the Devil's Advocate, the movie with Keanu Reeves and Al Pacino playing the devil. Swordsman trilogy that's coming out in 4K. So we have some more. Um, I think that's I believe that's part of their Hong Kong Cinema Classics line. Let me check actually, because I have the picture of the box set here. Yep, that's part of their Hong Kong Cinema Classics line. That's 30 through 32. I was right. Actually, it says Hong Kong Cinema Classics right on the box. Then we have some anime on Blu-ray and 4K. Oh, well, before that, we have Hail Caesar getting a 4K release on. This is the Coen Brothers film, Hail Caesar, which is a movie that not a lot of people like, but I warmed up to it over the years. I've warmed up to it over the years. The Boy and the Beast 4K Blu-ray Steelbook. This is the anime I was just talking about. It's also getting a Blu-ray release, and we have Little Amelie. Oh yeah, Amelie. Yeah, Little Amelie or the Character of Rain. I tried to find that movie to watch. I could not find it anywhere to watch. Piranha is getting a 4K Blu-ray Steelbook. So I'm pretty sure this is just their 4K just being repackaged in a steelbook because they've already put Piranha out on Blu-ray, they put Piranha out on 4K, they put Piranha out on a Blu-ray steelbook, and now they've put it out on a 4K steelbook. Little Nicky, same way, same thing. They've already put Little Nicky out on Blu-ray, so I'm guessing they're putting out Little Nicky in a Blu-ray steelbook. That is the Adam Sandler film with Harvey Keitel, who coincidentally also plays the devil. Rodney Dangerfield, John Lovitz, Patricia Arquette. I talked about this movie years ago when it got first announced. It's not everyone's favorite Adam Sandler movie, but it's one that I grew up watching because it came out during my youth. When did Little Nicky come out? I want to say, yeah, 2000. So I would have been 13. Yeah, that makes sense. Adam Sandler comedies were ripe for 13-year-olds at that time. For some reason, I thought it came out after. So that would have been before he did like Big Daddy, obviously before he did Punch Drunk Love. I think that was after The Wedding Singer. I think after The Wedding Singer. But anywho, let me go over to Groove.com so I can take a look at the special features for the releases. Groove.com is now the home of Shout Factory slash Scream Factory releases. And let's see how they're. My computer is moving very, very slow these days. I don't know what's going on, but I probably should have looked into that before I went live. But thing is, when I'm a little slower earlier today, so I noticed that, but I was in such a to make sure to set up and make sure everything is ready to roll. Up my notes, I screwed up this week. I forgot to add certain things. Like I forgot to add radiance in there. I'm gonna go. I gotta make sure to. No, I think I'm gonna do radiance next so that I don't forget about it the rest of the time. So, like the web pages aren't loading right now. I should have noticed some issues. So let me go to Outbreak and let me figure this out. I can't worry about the tech issues. I kind of have to just make my way through it. So, all right. So special features for Outbreak. So for those of you who have not seen Outbreak, it's the Wolfgang Peterson film, starring Dustin Hoffman. I think Rene Russo is in the film as well, Cuba Gooding Jr. And it's about a viral outbreak that happens. It happens, um, and it's about like the CDC trying to figure things out. Dustin Hoffman is trying to like figure things out as well, like what are the origins of it, what is happening with it. Turns out it was it was something that the government knew about, but they kind of hid from people. It's a whole big conspiracy theory type of thing going on. But either way, this movie had a bit of a popularity resurgence recently. By recently, I mean 2020 when the COVID outbreak happened. And there was this movie. There was the Steven Soderbergh movie Contagion. Those movies were like the most popular films during like the COVID shutdowns for people to watch because it was about kind of what was going on in the world at that time. Shutdowns happening, quarantines happening, a disease, no, not disease, a yeah, like a viral thing going on that was uncontrollable, if you will. We kind of lived the outbreak, lived the contagion life, if you will. But this release here uh, has just a 4K transfer from the original camera negative, presented in Dolby Vision. Nothing else in the way of special features. That's kind of upsetting. It's gotten a Blu-ray release before, so it's not the first time that Outbreak has gotten a release. Let me see if the older Blu-ray has anything in terms of special features. So the original Blu-ray came out in 2008. That is quite a while ago, and that release, I don't think. Let me see if it had anything. That release had no special features either. Okay, and that was put out by Warner Brothers. So we have yet again another Warner Brothers title a getting a release, getting a licensing deal to get a new release, I should say. So let me check out The Devil's Advocate. Let me. Now this is a movie I know has also been released on Blu-ray in the past. So this is the movie where Keanu Reeves is this young hotshot lawyer who just can't lose. But there's probably a reason why he can't lose. He may have made a deal with a certain nefarious devil, if you will, and that being Al Pacino. Kevin gets an irresistible offer from a law firm in New York and he moves to the city with his wife. Soon he gets consumed by his work while his wife begins to suffer from visions and nightmares. And I believe his wife is portrayed by Charlize Theron in the film, if I do recall. But this edition has a 4K transfer from the 35mm original camera negative, presented in Dolby Vision, audio commentary with director Taylor Hackford, audio commentary with Taylor Hackford, so I guess two by the director, deleted scenes. Let me go over to the old Blu-ray and see if that had anything. I think that's also a. Let's see, where are you? For some, let's see. So the original Blu-ray came out in 2012, also put out by Warner Brothers, and let's see what we had here in terms of special features. We had a commentary by Taylor Hackford, deleted scenes. So it's the same carryover special features. If you have that old Blu-ray, you already have those special features. Also, I don't think there's two commentaries on here. I think they accidentally put the same special feature twice. Yeah, Groove.com, they had formatting issues when it came to the special features, and now they're putting double special features on here. So let's check out Piranha, the limited edition steelbook. So this is the classic Joe Dante film from the late 1970s. This got a modern remake back in the early 2010s. Ironically, as I saw that one before I saw the original here. So a secret military project accidentally unleashes genetically engineered flesh-eating piranhas into a river system, leading them to a popular summer resort camp and forcing investigator Maggie McEwen and guide Paul Grogan to race against time to stop the ravenous fish before they slaughter the vacationers. Created by a rogue scientist in the Vietnam War, these piranhas are smarter and tougher than normal, requiring extreme measures to contain them as they head for their next meal at the Lost River Lake. So, special features: the 2022 restoration of the 4K scan of the original camera negative, presented in Dolby Vision. There's an audio commentary with executive producer Roger Corman. Um, au- um, Audio commentary with director Joe Dante and producer John Davison. 2022 interview with director Joe Dante. Audio commentary with Roger Corman. Audio commentary with Joe Dante and John Davison. Yeah, they put that on there twice. I don't know why they did that. They did it again. Okay. The Making of Piranha interview with Roger Corman, Joe Dante, actors Dick Miller and Belinda Balaski, behind the scenes footage, bloopers and outtakes, still galleries, behind the scenes photo gallery, featuring photos from creature designer slash animator Phil Tippett. Oh, nice. Additional scenes from the TV version of the movie, theatrical trailers, TV spots, radio spots. And yeah, it's the same edition that's already out there. It's the same 4K edition, just a steelbook version with different artwork. What else do we have here in terms of titles? I have to go back and look. I'm toggling back and forth between Blu-ray.com and Groove.com. So let me see. Probably gonna have to look this up. Yeah, I'm gonna look up the Swordsman trilogy. I did see the first movie, and the first movie is actually rather cool. Let's see. That's not how you spell swordsman. Oh yeah, the Swordsman trilogy. Here we go. Let's see. So this is a 4 disc Blu-ray set. Let's see. The only movie that actually comes in 4K is the first film. Didn't know that. So you've got The Swordsman on 4K disc 1, 4K scan from the original camera negative, presented in Dolby Vision. The second disc is Swordsman presented on Blu-ray. And the special features are a Time of Legends interview with co-director Raymond Lee, Cult of Personality interview with actor Fenny Wen, David Wu Proud Wanderer, a career retrospective with editor David Wu, Hark's Hark's Dynasty, the early years of film workshop interview with general manager slash executive producer Terrence Chang, Hong Kong Confidential, Inside Wuxia with author Grady Hendrix. Disc 3 is Swordsman 2. That has Phoenix Rising interview with actor Fenny Wen. Disc 4 is Swordsman 3, The East is Red. That has Return to Wuxia interview with co-director Raymond Lee and a trailer. Okay. Now, they don't have a description of the movie, which would make things all too easy for me. So I have IMDb up. Let me see if I can get a synopsis just of the first movie. Yeah, the first movie came out in 1990, just to give you a sense of the timing of when the movie came out. A kung fu manual known as the Sacred Scroll is stolen from the Emperor's library. An army detachment is sent to recover it. Meanwhile, a young swordsman and his fellow disciple are accidentally drawn into the chaos. Yes, that's the movie. Okay, let me see what else I've got. Oh, Hail Caesar. Let's see. Hail Caesar. This is a movie I actually already own. I have the Blu-ray from a few years ago. 4-time Oscar-winning filmmakers Joel and Ethan Coen write and direct Hail Caesar, an all-star comedy set during the latter years of Hollywood's golden age, starring Josh Brolin, George Clooney, Alden Ehrenreich, Ralph Fiennes, Jonah Hill, Scarlett Johansson, Frances McDormand, Tilda Swinton, and Channing Tatum. Hail Caesar follows a single day in the life of a studio fixer who is presented with plenty of problems to fix. Yeah, you've got to be okay. You don't have to be, but it helps if you know about classic Hollywood. If you know about the golden age of Hollywood, you get all the references in this. Like for example, uh, Channing Tatum's character is kind of like in a movie. He's like a song and dance man, like in a movie like Anchors Away or something else, starring like Frank Sinatra or Gene Kelly or anybody else like that. And then you've got uh, George Clooney is in an epic sword and sandals movie, like something like a Cecil B. DeMille epic or something like that. So that helps. Um, uh, Alden Ehrenreich is like this young up and coming star who starts off as doing like young like idealistic cowboy films. Now they want to put him in like a serious movie, and he's struggling with doing that. Um, yeah, it's you get all of those references in there to the golden age of Hollywood. I'll say this. Golden Age of Hollywood fans were not big fans of this movie. I remember many of them really hitting this movie hard with the criticisms at the time. I rather I didn't take that too seriously. Like all the references, I didn't take too offense to any of that. If they didn't get it exactly right, or if they were poking fun at something they shouldn't have been poking fun at. For example, also another reference is Scarlett Johansson's kind of like Esther Williams. Like she would do like Million Dollar Mermaid movies and stuff like that. But let's see what we have here for special features. Presented in Dolby Vision, directing Hollywood, an era of glamour, the stars align, magic of a bygone era. Now I've got. Now hold on, let me go get my Blu-ray. Let me go get my Blu-ray just for comparison's sake. So here's the Blu-ray that I have. Who put this out? Universal put this out. Okay, so Universal put this out obviously when the movie came out. Oh goodness, when was it? 2015. When did this movie come out? Oh, so that is nowhere near the proper runtime. They have the runtime at 212 minutes. That is not the runtime of this movie. 2016. Yeah, 2016. I think I may have seen this in the theater. Anywho, so you've got Hail Caesar. Let's see. It says directing Hollywood, the stars align, an era of glamour, magic of a bygone era. So it's the same special features. It's the same exact special features. So you don't gain anything, you don't lose anything. All you do is you get the movie in 4K as opposed to Blu-ray. And I'm curious how it's going to look. You know, a relatively modern movie, like a 10-year-old movie by this point. I'm curious how it's going to look on 4K. But let me put that over there. What else did I talk about here? So Hail Caesar, we did that. Let me see if I can get some special features for The Boy and the Beast and for Little Amelie or the character of Rain and Little Nicky. So let's see. This actually makes it so much tougher these days having to do this. Let's see. The Boy and the Beast. Okay. I have the Blu-ray here, but not the 4K Steelbook, but we can make do with that. So I apologize. My eyes are worse for the wear right now. The weather is dipping down into the single digits tonight, so it's probably going to dry my eyes out even more so than ever before. So we have The Boy and the Beast. This is an animated film. It says Kyuta, a young boy living in the streets of Shibuya, is taken in by Kumatetsu, a rough around the edges warrior from the Beast Kingdom who's been searching for the perfect apprentice. Despite their constant bickering, Kyuta and Kumatetsu begin training together and discover the master and student each have lessons to share. But when a deep darkness threatens to throw their world into chaos, the bond between this unlikely pair will be put to the ultimate test in this emotional and action-packed epic from the Academy Award-nominated director Mamoru Hosoda. And the special features are the making of The Boy and the Beast, promotional video collection, cast commentary, key staff commentary, and teasers and trailers. Okay. Like I said, I didn't get to see the movie, so therefore I don't have a lot to say about it. And let me look up a Little Amelie. Ba-ba-ba-bum. I don't know if I'll be able to. There it is. Okay, here's the Blu-ray. It says, for the first years of her life, Amelie never makes a sound. But when her grandmother visits and offers a miraculous bite of chocolate, Amelie suddenly awakens to all of the world's wonders. As she explores her home in post-war Japan, Amelie forms a close bond with her family's housekeeper, Nishio-san, and discovers new delights in every flower petal, koi pond, and raindrop. Well, that sounds nice. Adapted from the autobiographical novel by Amelie Nothomb and brought to life in a completely original animation style of the directors Melis Valad and Leon Cho Han. Little Amelie, or the character of Rain, tells a tender, poignant, and visually stunning story about the healing power of human connection. Oh, that sounds delightful. Actually, that sounds really really nice. Um, so I'm definitely going to be seeing that movie at some point. Like I said, I tried to find it to watch. I couldn't find it anywhere at all. Um, let's see what we have here for special features. We have an interview with the directors, director scene breakdowns, art gallery, animation breakdowns, Q&A at Animation is Film Festival. All right, very nice. And then lastly, here we have Little Nicky. Let's see. So we have the little. Well, it's a re-release. So of course, um, when your mother is an angel and your father is the devil, life can be really confusing for little Nicky. Adam Sandler, it got a whole lot worse. His two evil brothers have just escaped from hell and are wreaking havoc on an unsuspecting Earth. His dad, a devilish Harvey Keitel, is disintegrating, and it's up to Nicky to save him and all of humanity. Can Nicky find his inner evil in time to save the world? Master from a 2K scan of the interpositive. Interesting, they didn't have the original camera negative. Whatever. Audio commentary by star Adam Sandler, director Stephen Brill, and co-writer Timur Hurley. Audio commentary hosted by Michael McKean with cast members John Lovitz, Kevin Nealon, Henry Winkler, Ozzy Osbourne, and more. That's a hell of a lot of fun. Adam Sandler Goes to Hell, Satan's Top 40, deleted scenes, extended scenes, alternate takes. Like I said, this movie has gotten a Blu-ray release years ago from them, so I'm pretty sure it's just the same exact special features and the same exact disc, just repackaged. Yeah, it came out in 2023, so it's got to be the same exact disc from Shout Factory. Not the best Adam Sandler movie, certainly not one of his best comedies, but one that I watched a lot at the ripe age of 13 years old back in the year 2000. And then, through my teenage years, it was one that would play on cable a lot, as all Adam Sandler movies did. I think I mentioned it in the last episode when I talked about Happy Gilmore, because I just got the Happy Gilmore 4K. Speaking of which, I did watch it. The Kino 4K of Happy Gilmore looks very, very good. Uh, it really, really does. Kino's 4Ks of the comedies from the 90s or so and 2000s look fantastic. They look so much better than the 4K comedies that are being put out by the mainstream studios. Um, I I don't think I mentioned it last time. Maybe I did. I honestly don't remember the things I say on here, but most of the time. But watching Tommy Boy that was put out on 4K by Paramount last year, then watching Black Sheep that was put out on 4K by Kino, you notice a difference in quality. You really, really do when it comes to the transfer, when it comes to the audio, when it comes to just the way the movie looks at entirely. There's a noticeable difference in quality. Now, I don't know why. Maybe perhaps the boutique labels just take more time. They're more, um, put more effort into the transfers and whatnot. I don't know, but there's a noticeable difference. I noticed it Wayne's World, with Wayne's World 4K that came out a couple years ago from Paramount, and Wayne's World 2 that was put out by Kino. There's a noticeable difference in that. I don't yeah, it's interesting contrast to me when it comes to mainstream studios and boutique labels, and in this case, we can kinda have a little side by side comparison of, you know, a similar movie, an original and a sequel, so you get that nice contrast there. For those of you who have those titles, do the look-see for yourself, take a gander, and you may see what I see. But, that is pretty much it for the Shout Factory / Scream Factory releases. So we've got, I guess, one more time from the top. We have Outbreak getting a 4K release. We have The Devil's Advocate getting a 4K release. Hail Caesar getting a 4K release. And we have The Boy and the Beast. The Boy and the Beast is getting a 4K Blu-ray Steelbook, as well as a Blu-ray. Little Amelie, or the character of Rain, is getting a Blu-ray release. Piranha is getting a 4K re-release yet again. Little Nicky is getting a Blu-ray Steelbook re-release. So these are all coming out in March. These are all coming out in March. So where do I want to go from here? Yeah, actually, I want to go to Radiance because I forgot to put Radiance in my notes. I'm going to have to go back and do that. Like I said, man, I hate when I do stuff like that. So we're gonna go to Radiance right now. That's why. Okay. Okay, so Radiance had 4 titles announced. They had Time to Play, films by Jacques Roger. That's a box set. Romancing in Thin Air. Matador getting a 4K UHD release. This is the Pedro Almodovar film. I'm going to be buying this. Well, I'm going to be trying to buy all of the Radiant stuff, but high priority, Matador, high priority. And then we've got Highway to Hell, which is the newest film in there. It's a Transmissions. I think it's Transmission sublabel. Yeah, Transmission sublabel. So let's start out there. Actually, let's start out with Highway to Hell, and not the AC/DC song, not the AC/DC song, which is an all-time classic. So let's see. For Radiance, Highway to Hell, where Charlie and Rachel decide to elope to Las Vegas, their decision to take a desert shortcut via an abandoned Nevada back road proves to be a fateful one. They are ambushed by the Hell Cop, who abducts Rachel on behalf of Satan, snatching her through a portal to hell with the intention of making her the bride of the Satan himself. In hot pursuit via a supernatural car from a local gas station attendant, Charlie must dodge demons while keeping Rachel and the Hell Cop in his sights in order to rescue his kidnapped fiancée and battle his way out of hell. Yeah, this movie sounds crazy, sounds like a lot of fun, and it is both of those things. This movie reminded me a lot of a Sam Raimi film. It reminds me a lot of like Army of Darkness. It reminded me a lot of that level of humor and weird dystopian alternate supernatural dimension stuff going on. It doesn't have quite the craftsmanship or quite the style of a Sam Raimi film, but it feels like it's in the spirit of that. It's in the same vein of that. Also in this movie, Ben Stiller and his parents are in it. Jerry Stiller and Ann Mira and Ben Stiller are all in this movie, kind of randomly. Now, when did this come out? 1990, I think? Let me see. I just want to sing the Highway to Hell song. Yeah, this came out in 1990. So obviously Ben Stiller's career was just at its infancy. This was before, the Ben Stiller show. This was before Reality Bites, all that stuff. But he comes from an acting family. He comes from a show business family with his parents. His parents were in movies. His parents had their stand-up shows. His parents had their act. They had their thing. They did things together. They did things separately. But obviously their son Ben Stiller followed in their footsteps. We know who Ben Stiller is. I don't think I need to go into who Ben Stiller is. But you see him in this movie, and like, is that Ben Stiller? And certainly it is. And yeah, what a weird, low budget, Sam Raimi-esque, Army of Darkness-esque supernatural movie from 1990. Definitely a cult film, I would have to say, and I had a lot of fun with it. Yeah, it's not the best, and certainly, the special effects aren't particularly great. The acting isn't particularly great, but I don't know. I just had a lot of fun with it. I really, really did. Highway to Hell. The concept is kind of cool too, in my opinion. And yeah, this is actually the 4th film in this Transmission sub-label that Radiance has going on. And I forgot what the other ones are. I know that Night of the Juggler is one of them. Actually, I'm on their website. Why am I making up these crazy lies? And I can just look these things up. Transmission. Yeah, so we have Night of the Juggler, we have the Stuntman, and we have special effects. Those are the three previous transmission titles in this sub label. And now we have Highway to Hell. So Highway to Hell is the fourth. You can buy a T-shirt, you could buy a tote bag. But anywho, I dug this movie. Let me see what we have for special features. UK Blu-ray premiere, high definition digital transfer, DTS HD master audio 2.0 stereo, newly recorded interview with director 8 De Jong, a new audio commentary with critics Kim Newman and Sean Hogan, archival director's commentary with 8 De Jong, archival interview with actor CJ Graham, archival interview with Stephen Johnson, production stills and behind the scenes gallery, theatrical trailer, and option there's subtitles, and then limited edition booklet featuring original storyboards, archival correspondence correspondences, and new writing from Sean McGeady. Limited edition of 3,000 copies. Yeah. So this is Highway to Hell. See, it is Region B locked, and this is only a Blu-ray. This is not a 4K. That's why it's Region B. It's Region B locked. Yeah, because there's a Blu-ray available here from like forever ago. Let me see. I'm on the Highway to Hell, man. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? So Highway to Hell was released back in 2016 on Blu-ray by Kino. Of all people, Kino. I think that's now out of print. So I don't know who's picked up the rights since then. But obviously, this Radiance edition is the way to go. It's got like a plethora of special features. It's gonna look good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this release. I definitely want to get it. I still have to get Night of the Juggler. That's actually one of my favorite releases from last year that I have not gotten yet. And you would be asking, how is it one of your favorite releases if you haven't gotten it yet? Well, I have faith in Radiance, like blind faith in Radiance, that they put out great releases because I've got over 100, examples of that in the past, and it was just stacked with special features. It really was. That release just stacked. But let me talk about Matador. Now, Matador is by one of my all-time favorites. It's a movie directed by Pedro Almodovar. There is a video currently here on the Chasing Labels YouTube channel from years ago, which is a movie collection spotlight of Pedro Almodovar films in my collection up until, the making of that video. And that reminds me, I've got to get some of his most recent films that have come out. But I love Pedro Almodovar. Talk about a incredible filmmaker, a challenging filmmaker, a filmmaker delving into certain themes that I've certainly vibe with. Excellent filmmaker, and he's been doing it for decades. And this is one of his earlier films called Matador. Let's see, when did this movie come out? 1986. And this movie has a very young Antonio Banderas. Yes, very young Antonio Banderas. If you want to see Antonio Banderas before he really arrived on the scene in the 1990s with movies like Desperado and the Mask of Zorro and all that kind of stuff, he was doing movies in Spain in the 80s. and people probably don't know this. Antonio Banderas is Spanish, from Spain, from Europe. He's not Mexican. People seem to assume that he is because he played those characters in the 90s in those two movies I just mentioned, in Desperado, in The Mask of Zorro, in Once Upon a Time in Mexico. But no, he's white European from Spain. But the premise of Matador, when a young torero confesses to a series of violent crimes he hasn't committed, secret kinks and desires come to light, sparking dangerous new connections between a bullfighting teacher, a powerful female lawyer, and an overprotective actress and a well-meaning psychiatrist. Love and death shockingly intertwine in Pedro Almodovar's heady mix of Baroque romance, grisly horror, and pitch-black comedy, inspired by King Vidor's epic western of sensual passion, Duel in the Sun. I cannot recommend that movie enough to people. Duel in the Sun. Excellent film. One of Martin Scorsese's favorite westerns. If you don't trust me, trust Martin Scorsese. Um, Matador is among the Spanish director's sexiest, most provocative films, a striking look at the roots of lust and violence. Yeah, this movie's good. It's Almodovar. I don't think I've ever watched an Almodovar film where I'm not like, yeah, this movie is good. I've never seen a movie of his that's not good. At the very least, not good. But there's this movie. There's so much. Tie Me Up, Tie Me Down. Um, Woman on the Verge of a Nervous Breakdown. You've got, oh man, you've got so many. You've got so many of his movies that I absolutely love. I just talked about Parallel Mothers on an episode of the Unwatched Pile last year. That movie is excellent with Penelope Cruz. He and Penelope Cruz have a great director actress tandem going on over the last, oh goodness, 20 years. Yeah, it's been that long because they were in Volver, they were in Broken Embrace, they worked with each other in Broken Embraces. I don't know, yeah, so many great movies. All About My Mother is an astonishing film. You have The Skin I Live In. Oh, that movie will rock your world. that movie, that movie rocked me to my core. That movie is bold filmmaking. Just bold filmmaking in that movie. Goodness gracious. Also with Antonio Banderas in that film. Oh man, I love Pedro Almodovar so much. One of my favorites. But this 4K UHD edition has a 4K restoration approved by Pedro Almodovar, 4K UHD and Blu-ray presentation of the movie, uncompressed stereo PCM audio, interview with Almodovar expert Jose Arroyo. Jonathan Ross presents for 1 week only. It says presents for 1 week only episode on Pedro Almodovar's cinema featuring interviews with Pedro Almodovar, producer Agustin Almodovar, stars Antonio Banderas and Carmen Mora, and more. This is from 1991, runs about an hour long. And then we have a trailer, English subtitles, a reversible sleeve art, limited edition booklet featuring new writing by critic Guy Lodge, and archival interview with Almodovar himself. Limited to 3,000 copies, and now this is region free. Because it's a 4K, it's region free. But this is coming out April 20th. See, these are the April releases from Radiance. Okay, so these are, yeah, they're already into April. That's Matador. To be honest, that's another one that's one of my most anticipated releases of the year. You got Mogambo from Warner Archive. You have Matador from Radiance. See, 2026 is already kicking down doors. They're already kicking down doors. Man, what a year already. We're not even out of January yet. Heck, we're just halfway past January. Let me see. I do have. I'll get to the comments on the chat after I'm done with this next release here. I figured, yeah, might as well do that. Compartmentalizing these things. Romancing in the Air. Now, this is a romance film. You guessed it. Romancing in the Air. Movie star icon Michael sinks into a deep depression after being publicly dumped at the altar by his former fiancée. After embarking on a drunken bender, he is found in a mountain forest, lost and barely responsive, by Sue, who runs the local guest house and is still grieving the loss of her husband, who mysteriously disappeared in the woods several years prior. As Sue slowly nurses Michael back to health and the pair learn more about their shared past, they embark on a journey to find catharsis in each other. While best known for his crime and action film, legendary director Johnny To also directed over a dozen romantic melodramas, and Romancing in Thin Air is one of his very best in its genre. A powerful and moving meditation on loss, grief, and the power of cinema itself. Yes. So, because this movie is directed by Johnny To, it's very well directed with all the sincerity in the world of its subject matter. So, this movie is dealing with, I mean, as cliched as this may sound, love, loss, and life, grief, and love, and the intertwining of those things, because you can't grieve something without loving something. You know what I mean? They go hand in hand. And we know this. If you've ever experienced loss in any way, the reason why it hits you so hard is because you love that person or whatever immensely. So this movie's dealing with a lot of that, and it's dealing with it very, very well. It's a really beautiful movie, really, really beautiful. It is a little bit melodramatic, but I don't think It's melodramatic to the point of insincerity. Sometimes melodrama can be too over the top to the point where it's goofy. It comes off as fake. But this is not the case at all. It's within that genuine, heartfelt, genuine, authentic range of human emotion and human interactions. Really good film. Really good film. So, Romancing in Thin Air. So for special features, we've got high definition digital transfer, Dolby True HD 7.1. I don't know, didn't think it needed that big of an audio thing. But we also have DTS HD Master Audio, newly recorded interview with screenwriter Riker Chan, new audio commentary by Hong Kong cinema expert Dylan Chung. I know Dylan Chung; he's been here on Chasing Labels before. New visual essay on Johnny To's romantic melodramas by Sean Gilman. Extended behind the scenes footage, making a featurette, theatrical trailer, subtitles, of course, reversible sleeve art, limited edition booklet featuring writing by Jake Cole, limited 3,000 copies. Let me see. Oh, it says region A and B. Okay, this is coming out also on April 20th. So it's another Johnny To film that's getting a Blu-ray release that I don't think had a Blu-ray release before. Let me see. Romancing in Thin Air. Yeah, I'm curious if this actually had a Blu-ray release before. I don't think it had one here. I think I would have noticed. No. Well, hold on. Well, it had one in. I do not know that country's flag. Hold on. I gotta do a little bit of research here. Which country? Oh, Hong Kong. So it did have a Hong Kong release back in 2012, which was when the movie came out. It came out in 2012. But other than that, it's had no other Blu-ray release anyplace else. So this is, you could say it's kind of a first. And has like I said, some nice special features in here as well. That's the movie Romancing in Thin Air by Johnny To, coming out in April 20th, on April 20th, 2026. Next, we have a box set of movies. Now, this is a box set called Time to Play, films by Jacques Roger. Now, these are, Jacques Roger made movies during the French New Wave. So these are movies from the French New Wave. Let me see if I can get a list of, okay, some of them came out in the French New Wave, some of them not. They started out in the French New Wave, I should say. Because the movies range from 1962 to 2001. Obviously, 2001 is not the French New Wave. So, let me just read what it has here, because I only got to watch the first film. These are actually all, these are all streaming on the Criterion channel currently. There's a whole collection of these films on there. So so they were at least available for me to see. But due to time and the fact that I had to watch so many other movies too, I can only watch the first one, which was called Adieu Philippine. I'll get to that, but let me read what it says here. One of the most original, self-assured yet undersung voices of the French New Wave, Jacques Roger crafted across a career spanning 5 decades a cinema attuned to the beauty and heartbreak of chance encounters, improvised days, and spontaneous play. This box set presents the UK Blu-ray premiere of his 5 feature films and several of his short films across 5 discs. So, in Adieu Philippine from 1962, 2 girls and a young man spend an idyllic few days in Corsica. His upcoming military service in Algeria looming on the horizon, also abandoning Paris for the seaside. 3 girlfriends enjoy a languorous late summer. Yeah, also abandoning Paris for the seaside. 3 girlfriends enjoy a languorous late summer break near Orouet. Boy, my French training is failing me here. Near Orouet. That's not Orouet, but Orouet. I don't know. Orouet, a promised Robinson Crusoe experience in the Caribbean turns into something much more chaotic in The Castaways of Turtle Island from 1976. So Near Orouet is 1971. So we're past the French New Wave at that point. So the first film, Adieu Philippine from 1962, is French New Wave. But Near Orouet is 1971, and then we have The Castaways of Turtle Island from 1976. We have Main Ocean Express from 1986, follow strangers on a wild adventure across the language barrier. In backstage comedy, Fifi Martingale from 2001, a superstitious theater director makes catastrophic changes to a successful play. So these are all obviously, basic synopsis here. Like I said, I wasn't able to delve into these films, but needs to say here, you have a career expanding box set here of Jacques Roger's films. Now, like I said, I only got to see Adieu Philippine from 1962. And this movie feels very French New Wave-ish. This feels like an Eric Romer film. This feels like a Francois Truffaut film. These are names you know, or perhaps you're familiar with in a little bit. This movie feels like Jules and Jim, but in Jules and Jim, it's two men and a woman, and in this movie, it's two women and a man, and it's not quite as stylistic as Jules and Jim, which is the Francois Truffaut film, but you got that kind of sense of a love triangle in the film. That's kind of the real thing about it. And this kind of this carefree mindset of young people and that sense in the movie. And in Adieu Philippine, I think it's the main character is Michel. Michel he enlisted in, I think, the French Marines or the French Army, something like that, and he's gonna be leaving soon. So he wants to spend, I guess, his last days of freedom doing, you know, free things, including hanging out with these two young women that he meets outside of his work. Actually, he works at a television studio, and I think he's like an assistant cameraman or something like that. Basically, at least from what I understood watching the early parts of the movie, is that you have the camera operator who's looking through the viewfinder, and Michelle's job is to like push the camera into the positions it has to be in. Because back in the day, we're talking 1960s television, the cameras are massive and they're on these dollies, and you've got to push them around the room, and they're massive and heavy. So you need people to do that. Um, I guess, yeah, they still have camera operators like that now, but they're more like, were they like the not the I forgot, like the focus pullers and stuff like that. I was thinking that he was that, but he wasn't really touching the camera at all. He was mostly helping, helping move the cameras around and whatnot. But anywho, he meets these two young women outside of his job, and he promptly like quits his job and takes a trip to Corsica, which is an island off the coast of France, and kind of hangs out with them. And it's all about like the intertwining of their relationship and all this kind of stuff. It's good. It's really good. But like I said, very French New Wave-ish. So that's why it immediately caught my attention. I didn't get to see the other films in here, but I'm going to get to them eventually. But you have a 4K restoration of Ner Arouette and Main Ocean Express. You have a 2K restoration of Adieu Philippine, The Castaways of Turtle Island, and Fifi Martingale, and the 2K restorations of the short films Blue Jeans, Paparazzi, and La Partie des Choses. And yeah, you have uncompressed mono PCM audio for each film. New interview with celebrated art house distributor Robert Beeson about the reception of the French New Wave in the UK. Archival trailer for Audio Philippine. Interview with Audio Philippine star Evelyn Serre. Wow, from 2024. Interview with Jean-Francois Stevenin, assistant director on Ner Arouette. That's from 2008. Interview with frequent Roger collaborator actor Bernard Menez from 2008. Interview with Castaways of the Turtle Island star Jacques Villeret. Jacques Roger from One Wave to Another, a feature-length documentary by Emmanuel Barnault, tracing Roger's unusual career and his lasting influence, rich in interviews and footage of the director at work. As for someone who doesn't really know who Jacques Roger is, that's going to be fascinating to watch. It really is. And if you're a young film fan and you want to learn more about movies and stuff, and you want to learn more about certain people and all this kind of stuff, this stuff is a gold mine for you. When I was younger, um, I don't mean to sound like an old person here. Let's say 15 years ago or so. This is how I learned a lot about movies and movie making and cinema and certain people and certain movements and genres and all this kind of stuff. Special features, special features on Blu-rays and DVDs were my film education. They really are. These are indelible things. We need these to just to self-educate ourselves. Let's see. Newly improvised English subtitles are on here as well. Reversible sleeves for featuring newly commissioned artwork. Limited edition 80-page book featuring new writing by Caitlin Quinlan, plus writing by and interviews with Roger. And then it says more. It says there may be more, but limited to 3,000 copies. It looks like this is Region B locked, also coming out on April 20th. Let's see what else we've got here. I think that's it. That's it for Radiance. All right. So, just to recap, the April releases for Radiance. We have Time to Play, the films by Jacques Roger, Romancing in Thin Air. And we have Matador, 4K UHD release of that Pedro Almodovar film. And then we have Highway to Hell, which is getting a limited edition release through their Transmission sub-label. All right. That is it. Now, that was not on the notes, so if you look below here on the YouTube, there's a list of basically all the titles I go through. That I forgot to put on the list, so I'm gonna have to add that later. I don't even have it on my personal notes list that I'm looking at, even the one I have in my phone. So I make them the notes on the phone, then I post them on my computer so that I can look at them. And then, of course, I post them here on, well, Steven, my producer, he sets this up, so he posts them here on the YouTube video. And yeah, I have to update it just so I can have everything current. But let's see. So we've gone. So I want to go now through some other releases. So there's a lot actually to go through, way more than I thought. So let's move right along now to Imprint, because there's a lot from Imprint. Now I may, just for the interest of time, I may shrink this down, maybe not go as in depth, because Imprint had like 3 separate, and actually like 4 separate announcements, one of which we don't talk about, which is their TV stuff, but everything else they've talked about. So they've got, boy, they have so many things going over there. It's really tough to keep up. But they have, let's see, let me check just so I get the labeling of this stuff right. So they have 2 March announcements, actually 3 March announcements, sorry. 3 March announcements regarding movies. They have their like there's these 2 box sets they have. They have Tales of the Wild West, and they have the Magnificent Seven collection. And that's 2 box sets they have coming out in March. And then they've got their Imprint Asia bundle as well for March. And that's 3 releases. It's The Way Home, Riding Alone for Thousands of Miles, and A Better Tomorrow trilogy, 4K trilogy set that I think are steelbooks. Yeah. Yes, 4K UHD plus Blu-ray steelbook plus hardcover booklet in limited edition hardbox. And then there's more. There's more. Then they have their proper Imprint Films announcement of a bunch of things. They've got Up the Junction, Another Time, Another Place, 3 into 2 Won't Go, Hot Enough for June, and Some Girls Do, and then Maroc 7. So there's a lot to go through here. In the interest of time, I may consolidate things, just so I don't lose my mind. So, like, I won't list off all the special features. I'll just go through the titles and whatnot. So, for example, the Magnificent Seven collection, I've only ever seen the first Magnificent Seven movie. It's been available on Blu-ray for years here. It's been available on 4K from Shout Factory. Other countries have put out Magnificent Seven. It's a movie that's been readily available, readily watched. It's a all-time classic Western. It's a Western adaptation of Seven Samurai, which ironically was influenced by American Westerns. So what Akira Kurosawa did to make, when it came to making his samurai films, is he took a lot of inspiration from the American Western films directed by John Ford. And he basically designed, or the inspiration for his samurai films was like, he wanted to make Westerns for Japanese culture. So he went to the samurai films and samurai culture and all that kind of stuff. So this so Magnificent Seven for me is so interesting. It's because you have Seven Samurai inspired by American westerns, then you have a remake of Seven Samurai as a western. So it's like starting from the inspiration of a western to a samurai movie back to a western. A very interesting trajectory there. Anywho, this box set here has Magnificent Seven on 4K, and then it's three sequels on Blu-ray. Yes, they made three sequels to the Magnificent Seven. Sorry, the Magnificent Seven. And yeah, I've only ever seen the first film, and so that's the only one I can really comment on, and I've always really liked it. The rest of the genre has changed forever after the Magnificent Seven rode onto the silver screen in 1960, renowned as one of the greatest westerns ever made. The film remains a thrilling showdown driven by larger than life performances, mind blowing action, and edge of your seat suspension. So, this box set here has the Magnificent Seven, the Return of the Magnificent Seven, Guns of the Magnificent Seven, and the Magnificent Seven Ride with exclamation point. It's a 5 disc hard box, and yeah, I think I'm only going to go over the first movie here in terms of special features. I think that's the one everybody cares about. So, disc one and disc two both are about the Magnificent Seven. You have an audio commentary by producer Walter Mirisch, actors Eli Wallach, James Coburn, and assistant director Robert E. Relia. Audio commentary by Sir Christopher Frayling. And then you have disc two, which is the Blu-ray of the movie. You got the same two audio commentaries. Plus, there's a new interview with Robin Coburn, a daughter-in-law of James Coburn. Guns for Hire, the making of the Magnificent Seven documentary. Elmer Bernstein in the Magnificent Seven featurette. Sir Christopher Frayling on the Magnificent Seven featurette. The Linen Book, Lost Images from the Magnificent Seven. Trailers from Hell, Magnificent Seven featuring filmmaker Jesus Trevino. And then you got trailers and all that stuff. So let me see. Yeah, like even the sequel only has a trailer by Toby Rohn, and then the third movie has well, yeah, the second movie has an audio commentary by Toby Rohn. Sorry, and the third movie only has an audio commentary by film historian Steve Mitchell and a video essay on director Paul Wenkost. That's it. And then the fourth movie has an audio commentary by film historian Steve Mitchell. Okay, so I didn't remember when I said I was going to try, I was going to list off all the features. Well, turns out the sequels don't really have much of anything other than an audio commentary, pretty much. So that's the Magnificent Seven box set, collection box set from Imprint. Now let me go over to the Western one. Let's see. There you are. Tales of the Wild West collection, 1956 to 1967. Now this is the one where I'm not going to go over everything here. So we've got a list of few movies here. It's a 5 disc set. I'll read the little blurb. No, I would say there's actually not even a blurb here. It says, "Get your pistols at the ready for our new series, Tale of the Wild West." Now, this is collection one, I think. Yeah, collection one. So I'm assuming there's going to be more collections of these westerns. So they've got collections for like every genre. They've got horror collections. They've got western collections. They've got directors collections. They've got actors collections. They've got a lot. Imprint has a lot. So we've got, let's see. I'll read this here. This first collection features 5 classic westerns from the height of the genre's popularity, leading you along the journeys of lone gunslingers, hard-won justice, and dust-blown showdowns. So we've got the movie Three Violent People, The Tin Star, Nevada Smith, The Professionals, and Waterhole Number 3, which is making its worldwide premiere on Blu-ray. Okay. So the Violent People stars Charlton Heston, Ann Baxter, Gilbert Rowland. A rancher, his shady bride, and his one-armed brother fight amid carpetbaggers in Texas. Yeah, I was gonna say I wasn't gonna read out everything, but there's nothing in the way of a lot of special features here. There's a commentary by author, film historian C. Courtney Joyner. The Tin Star is a movie that I actually already have in my collection. I may have it behind me, actually. Hold on for a moment then while I look backwards. Let's see. Where are you? thought I had it behind me. Maybe I have it in another area of my collection. But anywho, this movie I already got a Blu-ray release from Arrow. Um, This division epic western, the Tin Star features screen legends Henry Fonda and Anthony Perkins, directed by genre legend Anthony Mann. That's why. It's either in my Anthony Mann section of my collection, which I'm pointing at off screen, or it's over there with movies I have to put in my director's wall. So for those of you watching, obviously for those of you listening, you have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm pointing behind me at a shelf. So that over there is part of what I call my director's wall, where it's organized by director's last name. So starting from A with like J.J. Abrams and going all the way down to Edward Zwick in, down in the Z's. But in there, somewhere, is Anthony Mann. And so it'll be going in that Anthony Mann section with other Anthony Mann movies. So, yeah, it must be over there somewhere. That's why it's not behind me. And I don't think any of you actually care about that stuff, but whatever. But the Tin Star, we got a new audio commentary by film historian Daniel Kramer, new video essay on director Anthony Mann, and then Written in the West, Remembering Anthony Mann interview with the script supervisor Michael Priest. Nevada Smith stars Steve McQueen and Carl Malden. That's a nice pairing on screen. Nevada Smith is the young son of an Indian mother and a white father. When his father is killed by three men over gold, Nevada sets out to find and kill them. The boy is taken in by a gun merchant who shows him how to shoot. Yeah, it's a revenge film with Steve McQueen getting revenge on the people who murdered his family. New audio commentary by film historian Lee Pfeiffer, Tony Latino, and Paul Scrabo. New interview with Steve McQueen biographer Mark Elliott. And then you have The Professionals, which stars Burt Lancaster. Lee Marvin is in the movie, two of my favorites. So this genre classic, written, produced, and directed by legendary Richard Brooks, who did he direct Cat on a Hot Tin Roof? I think he did. Anywho, an arrogant Texas millionaire hires four adventurers to rescue his kidnapped wife from a notorious Mexican bandit. Yeah, two of them happen to be Burt Lancaster and Lee Marvin. Sorry, I just completely blanked out there. Adapted from the novel A Mule for the Marquesa, the film also stars Robert Ryan, Woody Strode, Jack Palance, Claudia Cardinal, and Ralph Bellamy. I think Jack Palance he's like a Mexican in the movie. Yeah, I think, yeah. Yeah, he is actually. Jack Palance, yeah. I, it's a different time, different time. Claudia Cardinal is one of the most beautiful women you'll ever see on screen. Recently passed away. Great actress, great actress. She was in Once Upon a Time in the West, the Sergio Leone Western. My favorite Sergio Leone film, actually. Burt Lancaster, a portrait featurette. Memories from the Professional featurette. The Professional is a classic featurette. Those are the special features. Now, lastly, here you have Waterhole number 3. After a professional gambler kills a Confederate soldier, he finds a map pinpointing the location in the desert where stolen army gold bullion is buried. He plans to retrieve it, but others are also searching for it. Now, this movie stars James Coburn, Carol O'Connor, Margaret Bly, Bruce Dern, James Whitmore, and Claude Akins. Carol O'Connor is like the bad guy in the movie, which is kind of doesn't really fit. Maybe I'm just so used to seeing him do TV work in All in the Family, but it was just odd seeing Carol O'Connor in a Western. James Coburn's fine. The movie itself is not particularly great. It's the tone is all over the place. Anywho, new audio commentary by film historians Lee Pfeiffer, Tony Latino, and Paul Scrabo. Scrabo, I'm sorry if I butchered your name there. New interview with Robin Coburn, daughter-in-law of James Coburn. So that's the Tales of a Wild West Collection 1. 1956 to 1967. I do love a good Western. I'm a big fan of Westerns. Now we've got Imprint Asia bundle pack, Imprint Asia March bundle pack. It's The Way Home. It's Riding Alone for Thousands of Miles, A Better Tomorrow trilogy. Now, I guess for the sake of this, because I've already talked about A Better Tomorrow, I've already talked about A Better Tomorrow 2, because it's being released by Shout Factory, it's being released by Arrow, and now it's being released by Imprint down in Australia. So If you want these movies, you can find them in various forms. Uh, for the sake of time, yeah. Okay, there are new special features here. Okay, so I'll just go through the special features and not really. So, A Better Tomorrow is excellent. A Better Tomorrow 2, not as good as the first movie. Chow Yun Fat is in here, directed by John Woo for A Better Tomorrow. Um, that's pretty much um all you need to know. Um, if you're into John Woo action Hong Kong films of the 80s, you have to watch A Better Tomorrow, in my opinion. So, disc one is the 4K UHD disc. It's got a new audio commentary by critic James Mudge. It is Dolby Vision HDR. It, it does have Dolby Vision in HDR. Let's see. The disc two has a new audio commentary by film critic James Mudge. Better than the best interview with director John Woo. Between Friends interview with producer Terrence Chang. When Tomorrow Comes interview with screenwriter Chang Hing Ka. Thoughts on the Future interview with filmmaker Gordon Chan. And Better and Bombastic interview with filmmaker Gareth Evans. Okay, that's interesting. You have some other archival featurettes here, and then for looks like all these movies are on 4K. That's nice. Okay, there's not much here to talk about. So for Better Tomorrow 2, the 4K's got commentary by James Mudge, and then the Blu-ray's got that same audio commentary, plus a tumultuous Tomorrow interview with director John Woo, Better Than the Ever interview with film historian Frank Shang, some other special features. Let's see, A Better Tomorrow, Love and Death in Saigon. Also, two discs. It's got new audio commentary by critic and author David West, and you've got a new audio commentary by the same audio commentary on the Blu-ray disc. Third Time Lucky interview with screenwriter Yuming Lung and Fu Ho Tai. All Our Tomorrow's interview with Hong Kong filmmaker and academic Gilbert Poe. And then Nam Flashbacks interview with Vietnam researcher Dr. Orle Basha Eve. Oh boy. I know Novoset. I butchered that. Yeah. Oh, there's a Blu-ray bonus disc. Long Lost A Better Tomorrow 2 work print featuring over 30 minutes of never-before-seen footage. A Better Tomorrow 3, the Taiwanese cut of the movie. And then there's a hardcover booklet as well with new essays. So that is A Better Tomorrow trilogy. Now, I got to see the movie Riding for Thousands of Miles, and this is a worldwide first on Blu-ray. And I think this is directed by Zhang Yimou. That's why I want to watch it. Let's see. Japanese fisherman Takada has been estranged from his son for many years, but when the son is diagnosed with terminal cancer, his daughter-in-law summons him to the hospital. Through a series of obstacles and relationships, he is unexpectedly brought closer to both an understanding of himself and his son. A co-production between China and Japan with director Yasuo Furuhata handling the Japanese sections. This intimate picture was acclaimed by critics on release and is a must-see for fans of Zhang Yimou's filmography. Very true. So this is an interesting introspective film about an estrangement between a father and son, and the father going on a existential journey and learning more about himself than he ever thought possible. That's the movie. That's the movie. It's very, very good. It's it's very slow, contemplative, takes its time. It's not flashy in any way. There's no big swelling, plot moments or anything like that. It's very reserved. It's very reserved. And yeah, it does fit right along with a lot of other Yang Yimou works. But for special features, we have the Mikiev Zhang Yimou's Riding Alone for Thousands of Miles featurette, and that's it. That's it on that. All right. Now, I did not get to see The Way Home, even though I tried to find it. I couldn't find it with English subtitles, so I didn't get a chance to watch it. But now let's go into the proper, the imprint titles proper, you could say. Some of these I got to see, some of these I didn't. These actually are all 1950s or 1960s British films. And several of these are very much inspired by James Bond. So Morocco 7 I did not get to see, so we'll skip that. Some Girls Do I did get to see, and this is a movie very much inspired by James Bond. Well, inspired by James Bond as or yeah, I would say the movie's inspired by James Bond, but it's about a character who was a contemporary of James Bond. Contemporary in the sense like he came out, or at least the books that he was written, or at least the books of were the books that contained his stories were also around the same time Fleming was writing the books about James Bond. Anywho, it's about this character called Bulldog Drummond. From the height of the swinging 60s comes everybody's favorite Aston Martin driving British spy with an eye for the ladies, Bulldog Drummond, as you can see there. Already James Bond references. A powerful criminal is using murder and sabotage to delay the development of the world's first supersonic airliner. Taking on murderous supervillains is all in the day's work for Bulldog Drummond, but can he hold his own against an army of seductive fembots with electronic brains? Now, when you think fembots, you think of Austin Powers. I know I do. From prolific British director Ralph Thomas comes an iconic entry in the cult comedy spy series. Richard Johnson reprises his role as Bulldog alongside Sidney Rome and James Villers. Let's see. Yeah, so it's a James Bond-esque 1960s British film with a character called Bulldog Drummond, and yeah, if you watch the movie, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It plays way more as a comedy than the James Bond films do. So I guess that's kind of the biggest difference. But for special features, we have an audio commentary by Kim Newman and Barry Forshaw, new film historian Lee Pfeiffer on Richard Johnson, the man who was almost Bond, a new film historian Tony Latino on the spy craze of the 1960s film historian, a new interview with film historian Paul Scrabo, and then more special features to come, perhaps. And there's an interview with actress Adrienne Pasta, and there's artist tests, image galleries, and that's it. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's no James Bond. I'll say that. It's no James Bond. Let's see. Hot Enough for June is another one that's very much similar to James Bond. But it's more in the vein of a Hitchcock version of James Bond. Think of the man who knew too much. Think either version, really. And also think of 39 Steps. Think of North by Northwest. It's in that vein. It's the wrong man scenario. The wrong man scenario that Hitchcock was known for is utilized in this movie, and you'll get what I say in a second. So Nicholas Whistler believes he's working as a trainee executive for a glass company when he's sent on a business trip behind the Iron Curtain, unaware he's actually on a secret mission for British intelligence. Upon arriving in Prague, Whistler soon finds himself caught in a web of intrigue involving communist agents, secret police, code words, and the beautiful Vlasta, who may be more than she appears. She's kind of like a Bond girl. Or not even that, but it's even in like North by Northwest. Yeah, it's so fascinating. It's really it's interesting how they took these very popular ideas and made them, yeah, Eva Marie Saint. I couldn't remember the actress. Eva Marie Saint in North by Northwest. He just happens to meet this woman along the way, and they strike up a romance. You know what I'm saying? Let me make sure I'm like not effing around. So this movie, where are you? Yeah, 1964. So this would be after North by Northwest. Coincidentally, Alfred Hitchcock was approached to direct the first James Bond movie, and he was uninterested in it because he felt like he had just directed the same movie or a similar movie in North by Northwest. So he did not want to do the same movie again in Dr. No. Yeah, Alfred Hitchcock, to me, and I think to film historians in general, kind of established these certain espionage or spy movie tropes that would be utilized over and over and over again, specifically in the James Bond franchise, all the way up to this day. So yeah, if you look at Notorious, which is an espionage film, has also James Bond tropes in it. You know, it's set in an exotic location. A woman has to go, um, or a person has to go uh, undercover essentially to infiltrate evil bad guys and spoil and find out their plans and stuff like that. I mean, it's it's spy movie 101. But in this movie here, the main guy, this Nicholas Whistler, is portrayed by Dirk Bogarde. Dirk Bogarde, of course, was in he was in so many good movies. Good, really great actor. You see, Dirk Bogarde. Yeah, he was in The Servant, 1963. That's the one that I couldn't pull. That movie's got several great releases. It really, really does. I've got it somewhere. I think it's actually behind me. Hold on. Where are my S's? So I think it's over there. Over in that corner, actually. Can't see it, it's probably off camera, but back in that corner over there, it's off camera. I have The Servant. Excellent, excellent movie. If you've never seen The Servant, the Joseph Losey film, it's fantastic. Let's see. Where was I? I got a little distracted. Oh yeah, Not Hot Enough. Not yeah, it says Hot Enough for June. So Hot Enough for June, the title of the movie, is the code phrase that Dirk Bogarde's character has to say. So he's going he's duped into this basically to go behind the Iron Curtain to deliver this package and to receive this message and to bring it back. And he ends up he doesn't know that he's doing it for British intelligence. He thinks he's just basically being a courier for this company that he just got. They just hired him to do it, and yeah, he gets caught up in this spy ring and all this kind of stuff, and in this adventure. And yeah, it's fine. It's a fine movie. I didn't mind it at all. Um, but let me see what we have here for special features. New audio commentary by cinema author and critic Matthew Asprey, and that's it. Just it says more new special features to come, but we shall see. So that is Hot Enough for June. So yeah, he's supposed to say Hot Enough for June, and someone responds back to him, "Oh, you should have been here in September." And that's how he knows that the person he's talking to is the person he's supposed to deliver this package to. Let's see. I didn't see Three Into Two Won't Go, but I did see Another Time, Another Place. And this is a movie from 1958. This movie this movie is, let's see, Sean Connery is in this film. And it's one of his earliest films. Now, I thought it says introducing Sean Connery in the opening credits, but if you go to Sean Connery's IMDb, he was in things before this, so I don't know why it said introducing Sean Connery. But anywho, American reporter Sarah Scott is working in London at the end of the Second World War, embroiled in a romance with handsome British reporter Mark Trevor. She's ready to break off her engagement to her wealthy boss uh, until Mark admits that he is married with a family. But is this fact enough to keep the two lovers apart? Is their relationship doomed before it even begins? Okay, there's a little detail in there that they're not telling you because it's a spoiler, and I won't tell you it. Anywho, this movie's about way more than this. This is a little bit of a fake out of a synopsis, but I don't want to tell you what the actual synopsis is because it will spoil the movie for you. Needless to say, Lana Turner is the character of Sarah Scott. I love Lana Turner. I think she's one of the best actresses ever. She's a great actress, really great actress. And yeah, it's a pre-James Bond role for Sean Connery, which I never thought I'd see. There's a new audio commentary by film historians Lee Pfeiffer, Tony Latino, and Paul Scrabo, and that's it. That's called Another Time, Another Place, and it's directed by Lewis Allen. Now, Lewis Allen is a director I don't know if many of you are familiar with. He directed that movie, The Uninvited, which is had a Criterion release forever. I think this is the he directed The Uninvited from 1944. That's a movie's it's a ghost story. It's like a gothic ghost story. Excuse me. But anyway, let me see what else do we have. Oh yeah, and there's Up the Junction, and then that's it. Okay, so I did end up actually reading all this stuff when I said I was gonna not do that. Oh boy, this is gonna be another 4-hour episode. It's gonna be because I still have to go to Umbrella, still have to go to Kino and talk about that stuff. Um, see what else I've got here. Ironically, is Kino dropped another. I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm gonna save it for next time. Kino dropped like their March titles today, like at like an hour before the show I started streaming. So I'm not gonna get into all of that. I'm gonna save that for next time because I have a whole other list of Kino stuff I'm gonna talk about. Um, but yeah, I've got we got Umbrella, Kino, couple of individuals here, some Eureka, and then of course Criterion will be our grand finale. And yes, so let me get to Up the Junction. So Up the Junction is actually based on a play, I believe. One of the most influential stories of the 1960s British culture gets the big screen treatment. Heiress Polly wants nothing to do with the wealthy life her family enjoys, preferring to live in a small flat on Clapham Junction and work on a factory floor. She soon makes friends and finds a boyfriend, but comes to discover that her romantic ideals of working class life do not match reality. Directed by Peter Collinson, who directed The Italian Job, I believe that's the one with Michael Caine, starring Susie Kendall, Dennis Waterman, Adrian Pasta, once again, and Maureen Lipman. Let's see, there's a new audio commentary by British cinema experts Josephine Boating and Melanie Williams. New interview with assistant director Michael Dryhurst. And that's it. So this story has been adapted a couple of times. A couple of years before this, it was actually adapted, I think, for television by Ken Loach. I think, yeah, by Ken Loach. And it was a different type of adaptation of it. It wasn't as no, it's not based on a play. It's based on a book, actually. I misspoke. This is a more closely adaptation of the book than that version done by Ken Loach. Let's see if I can find the one by 1960. Of course, they're not going to make this easy on me. Why would IMDb make this easier on me? Okay, let me look up Ken Loach. I thought if I looked up the Junction on IMDb, they would give me a list of like all the movies and name that. But no, they just gave me this one from 1968, which is nice, but it's not what I'm looking for. Because I want to make sure that I actually have that it's actually done by Ken Loach and I'm not just making up stuff. I think that's it because it was. Nope, that's not it. Oh yes, here it is. The Wednesday play. So the Wednesday play was a TV series, and Ken Loach directed several episodes, and one of them for season 3, episode 4 was Up the Junction. He was known as Kenneth Loach at the time. Yes, so it was like a TV adaptation of. But anywho, for our purposes, this movie adaptation is a closer, more faithful adaptation to the book, and the themes are there. Like the themes that are presented here, this idea of somebody going from like upper class to to lower class and the differences and all that kind of stuff, and you can definitely see the differences in life and differences in culture, the differences in the people, all this kind of stuff. That's all there. The problem I have with this is I didn't connect at all with the people in this movie. Um, I don't know if it's just the style, the era it was made in, the acting style in which it was made in, all this kind of stuff. British films from the 1960s are obviously different than movies made now, but I didn't really feel for the character or feel as to why she was doing this. There was really no moment of the movie where I'm like, "Oh, she's doing it for a true, genuine, heartfelt reason. It really felt like she was just doing this just to do it. There was no point in the movie that really connected with me on the idea of like, is she forced to do this? Did her family um is her family like disowning her? Is her family getting rid of her? Or does she just no longer feel like there's a morality of being in the upper class, therefore she wants to get away from that, or there's an immorality in the upper class and she wants to get away from that as well. There's really none of like that cause of the movie. She just kind of like leaves her super rich posh life and decides to go and get a job at a factory and then live in a lower income flat and hang out with what she views as like normal people. And that's what you just kind of see, like her just live her life. It's like a slice of life, really. Which is I can kind of respect that form of the movie, but I was looking for something more to really connect me with the film. There are some moments where you can see the way in which that world lives that is completely alienated to her and what she views as life. You can see her naivete about what life actually is because she's been living this sheltered, posh life. But the movie really doesn't do a lot of that or enough of that to really make me feel a lot for the characters or for her in the movie. I don't know. It just there was a disconnect there for me. Um, but an interesting film nonetheless. That is the movie Up the Junction. And let's see, I think that's it. Yeah, that's it for everything Imprint in my opinion. So this is all of their March stuff. You have their March. You have two box sets. You have the Magnificent Seven collection. You've got their Western box set. You've got their Imprint Asia stuff with um, The Way Home, Riding Alone for Thousands of Miles, a Better Tomorrow trilogy, and then you've got their Imprint stuff with Morocco Seven, Some Girls Do, Hot Enough for June, 3 into 2 Won't Go, Another Time, Another Place, Up the Junction, and that is it for Imprint. And now we move on to Umbrella. Like I just said, Umbrella's got so much stuff. They've had two full announcements in the last week. And yeah, so I don't even know how I'm going to compartmentalize this. uh, because this it's a mess. This is an absolute mess. So I think I'm going to have to go to their Facebook page and then scroll down to where they first announced their other releases, and then because too much. What a mess. Yeah, they announced their May release. That's what it was today, like 3 hours ago. As of this recording, it is currently 11 o'clock at night on the East Coast. 3 hours ago, uh, they announced their May releases. So I didn't have time to really delve into those. So I'm just gonna save those for next time. Uh, and because I have their April releases to talk about. Why why they decided to double announce? I have no idea. Yeah, they're their April releases, which were announced January 7th. So the 7th, and then 13 days later they announced their May releases. Interesting. I've never seen them do that before. I've never seen them announce two slates of releases within the same month. And we've been covering Umbrella for years now. But anywho, their April releases have some things I want to talk about. Number one on the docket is they've got a monster of a box set, no pun intended. It is just an absolute freight train of a box set. And it is Universal Horror. Yeah, it's Universal Horror Monsters and Curiosities 1923 to 1960. Now, this is a 45 movie box set. So I'll say it again, 45 movies. So there's a collector's edition of this, and I think there's going to be a standard coming later, or the standard actually might already be sold out. Doesn't say. It just says standard edition with softback available from select stores. Only available from the Umbrella Web Store. The Monsters and Curiosity Collector's Edition includes custom art rigid case by Olivia Coulon, 100-page hardback book, 10 art cards. There's a disc wallet in here. Limited edition numbered release from the Silent Shadows to the Atomic Age. Universal Pictures define the cinematic language of horror. This collection brings together the studio's wildest, rarely seen cult treasures in a wild ride through Universal's strangest, scariest, and most surprisingly curious creations. Journey from the haunting grandeur of the Hunchback of Notre Dame to the Phantom of the Opera, the gothic haunts of the Bride of Frankenstein, and Murders of the Rue Morgue to the strange delights of jungle terrors and mad scientists, radiation fueled mutant monsters, and lab experiments gone wrong, and alien invaders. Like I said, this is a massive, massive box set. Let me see if I can get some. Yeah, so I'm not going to list off all 45 features. I'm not going to do that. I'll just say you've got things from the silent era all the way up to the 1960s or 1960 rather. And it's typically things I've heard. You've got like so Bride of Frankenstein, Son of Frankenstein, House of Frankenstein, Ghost of Frankenstein. So you have the sequels to Frankenstein. You don't have the original Frankenstein in here. Same thing goes with the Invisible Man. You've got the Invisible Man Returns, the Invisible Woman, Invisible Agent. You don't have the original Invisible Man. I think they have the same thing with the Wolfman movies as well, where it's the sequels and not the maybe they don't have the Wolfman in here. It doesn't look like they have the Wolfman in here, so I misspoke on that. But anywho, you've got so many other movies from Universal Horror of that time. So, Universal Horror was a massive big hit back in the 30s. Frankenstein, Dracula, The Invisible Man, um, all that good stuff. And so the other studios would capitalized on that, and they started putting out their own horror films, right? But Universal kept right along and kept putting out movies throughout the 40s and the 50s and into the 60s. And so you've got movies like The Thing That Couldn't Die, Curse of the Undead, The Leech Woman, Mystery of Edwin Drood, The Climax, Jungle Woman, Jungle Captive, Man-Made Monster, Monster on Campus, Tarantula. You don't understand what I'm saying here. But anywho, this is a 45 movie box set. I don't know how many. I wish you would tell me. Let me see if I can see how many. Oh, so 19 discs. That's what I wanted to see. So you have 45 movies on 19 discs. So that means you're going to get some double, maybe even 3 movies on a disc. Uh, Either way, this is a monster of a set. No pun intended. You got people in here like Lon Chaney, Vincent Price, Bela Lugosi, Boris Karloff. Uh, yeah, it's all the heavy hitters in here. So this is a monster of a set. Truly, we've never, at least as long as I've been covering movies here on Chasing Labels, we haven't seen a Blu-ray set like this. 45 movies? I don't think so. At least off the top of my head, I can't recall a set this massive. They used to do DVD sets like this back in the day, but they were cheap and they were all public domain versions of the movies, so that's why they were so cheap. So you could get like 100 movie DVD box sets, but it would be all public domain prints of you know B and C movies from back in the day. Uh, but nothing like this at all. So this is Universal Horror, Monsters and Curiosities, 1923 to 1960. Truly a unique set here. Next we've got District 13 collection. So this is a double film collection, 2 film collection. Let me get the details up on this. This is an action, I think a French action double feature from the 2000s. Let's see. From writer-producer Luc Besson comes one of the most influential action duologies of its era. 2 films that redefined stunt work for a new generation, District 13 and District 13 Ultimatum. Plunge viewers into a sealed-off district where social decay, political schemes, and pulse-pounding chases collide at breakneck speed. Anchored by the pioneering athleticism of David Bell and Cyril Raffaelli, The B13 films the B13 films deliver blistering parkour sequences, hard-hitting combat, and an electric vision of near-future urban unrest. Buckle your seatbelt for this pure adrenaline parkour-packed thrill ride. Yeah, parkour was a big thing in the 2000s and 2010s, and this movie kind of capitalized on that, and that's how a lot of the action is designed. Uh, Behind Paris's fortified walls lies District 13, a sealed-off world of fractured alliances, brutal survival, and lawless rule. When danger inside the district threatens to ignite into full-scale chaos, two men, one from the streets, one from the state, are forced into an uneasy partnership racing across rooftops and through crumbling towers to stop catastrophe before it spills beyond the walls. For special features, the collector's edition is a 48-page book, custom illustration rigid slipcase, custom illustration rigid case, custom illustration slipcase, 8 art cards, reversible posters. And let's see. District 13 has a new audio commentary with journalist David Michael Brown. Director Pia Morel on District 13, select scene commentary by stuntman Sean Wood. The making of District 13 documentary, outtakes, extended casino fight scene. Then you have District 13 Ultimatum, which has the making of District 13 Ultimatum. Select scenes commentary by stuntman Sean Wood. The future is now. David Flint on District 13 and science fiction predictions for tomorrow and today. Audio commentary with film historian and podcaster Robert Kelly. Production diary, deleted scenes and extended scenes. Determine the music video performance by Alonzo. Okay, that is that. Now let me move over to, I think it's the elusive Kinji Fukasaku collection. Yeah, let's talk about that. So once again, we have more Kinji Fukasaku getting a Blu-ray release. Now, I did not get to see whether either of these have gotten a release before. Probably should have done that. From the master of post-war chaos comes a blistering triptych of crime, corruption, and collapse. After the success of Battles Without Honor and Humanity, Fukasaku continues to refine his Jutsuroku approach, a semi-documentary style of Yakuza film inspired by real events, police files, and newspaper reportage. These three films, Cops vs. Thugs, Cross the Rubicon, and Hokuriku Proxy War. So Hokuriku Proxy War, I know for a fact, already has a Blu-ray release from Radiance. I know because I have it on a wish list somewhere, and I need to buy it. So, all extend that gritty realism, handheld camera work, frenetic editing, overlapping dialogue, and moral murk. They turn away from the romanticized gangsters toward a chaotic, corrupt Japan of the 1960s and 1970s, where cops, crooks, and politicians are virtually indistinguishable. Yes, so let me look up Cops vs. Thugs. Let me see if that has a previous release. So it is in the Blu-ray collection from Arrow from 2023. So in 2023, there was a Kinji Fukasaku collection put out by Arrow that has Street Mobster, Cops vs. Thugs, and Doberman Cop. So that has a release already. Now, what was the second movie? Let me see. Cross the Rubicon. Now, let me see if Cross the Rubicon has a previous release. So Cross the Rubicon, also known as Gambling Den Heist, does not have a previous release. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Anywho, let me get into special features. Where are you? Oh, there you are. 48-page book of behind-the-scene material, essays by Brian Struznig, Mark Schilling, and David Michael Brown, custom illustration rigid case by Colin Murdoch, 8 replica lobby cards, I think it says 2 versatile posters, and then Cops vs. Thugs has a new audio commentary of the critic and author Jasper Sharp. Cops, Thugs, and Proxy Wars, James Belmont on the revolutionary Yakuza cinema of Kinji Fukasaku, archival behind-the-scenes footage, Beyond the Films, Cops vs. Slugs, The Video Appreciation by Fukasaku biographer Sado Yamane. Cross the Rubicon as a new audio commentary with writer and critic Tom Mess. Funny Money, screenwriter Koji Takada discusses Cross the Rubicon. Shadows of War, Kenta Fukasaku on his father's Yakuza films. Hokuriku Proxy Wars, a new commentary with Japanese cinema expert Frankie Balboa. Loyalty for Sale, Matthew Carter on power, masculinity, and corruption in the world of Kenji Fukasaku. And then Deadly Coincidence, screenwriter Koji Takada discusses Hokuriku Proxy War. All right, then. Let's see. I think there's two more here. Yeah, there is Naked Weapon and Tell No One. Let me look up Naked Weapon. Okay. So this is a movie from 2002. Kind of a B action movie from 2002, to be honest. So Deadly Beauty becomes a weapon of global consequence in the slick, high-octane action thriller Naked Weapon. Infused with the stylish choreography and kinetic flair of early 2000s Hong Kong cinema, Naked Weapon is a blend of intrigue, action, and suspense, all without revealing the twists that make the journey so gripping. Seduce and Kill with Naked Weapon, the Hong Kong gun fu classic from director Su Tong Ching. When dozens of young women mysteriously vanish across the world, rumors spread about a covert organization. Excuse me. A covert organization that reshapes kidnapped girls into elite assassins, perfectly trained, ruthlessly efficient, and crafted to serve someone else's agenda. Among them is Charlene, who's portrayed by Maggie Q, and whose transformation from ordinary teenager to lethal operative draws the attention of a determined CIA agent searching for the truth behind the disappearances. As Charlene grapples with a world built on exploitation, control, and forced power, she begins to carve out her own identity within the machine designed to erase it. Her journey becomes not just one of survival, but one of reclaiming agency. Okay, true. Let's see. The collector's edition has a 48-page book, custom illustration, rigid and slipcase by Chris Malbon, also known as Melbs. 8 art cards, reversible poster, audio commentary with filmmaker and critic Camille Zorin, new double-edged sword critic and historian Alexandra Heller Nicholas on girl power and Naked Weapon. The Naked Truth, the making of Naked Weapon, candid camera behind the scenes, a day in the life of Maggie Q, Deadly China, an interview with actor Anya Wu, Dark Avenger, an interview with actor Andrew Lin, The Black Widow, an interview with actor Alman Wong, Young and Dangerous, an interview with actor Monica Lowe. Like I said, kind of a B action movie. It reminded me a bit of La Femme Nikita. If you know that movie, it's got that early 2000s gun fu action films like a la The Matrix, Equilibrium, stuff like that. Moving on from there, next and last is the movie Tell No One. Now, this is a really good movie. I really like this film a lot, like a lot. This probably, yeah, one of the best movies I watched when it came to all the movies I watched for this episode of Chasing Labels. It's a movie that has a central mystery to it, and intrigue, and kind of a thriller. So, twist and turn in the French thriller from acclaimed filmmaker Guillaume Canet on Tell No One is a gripping adaptation of Harlan Coben's best-selling novel, will plunge you into a meticulously crafted labyrinth of suspense and emotion. So, 8 years after the brutal murder of his wife Margot, pediatrician Alexander Beck is still haunted by the life they lost together. When 2 bodies surface near the original crime scene, the police reopen the investigation, and Alex suddenly finds himself back in their crosshairs. But the past is about to twist in ways no one expects. An anonymous email, a single chilling clip, a woman who looks unmistakably like Margot, and a warning: tell no one. As Alex is thrust into a deadly maze of secrets, lies, and long-buried conspiracies, he must outrun both the law and the shadows pursuing him. What if the truth isn't dead, and neither is she? Who knows? You'll have to watch the movie. But the extras do include a 48-page book, custom illustration rigid case by Tony Stella, Eight art cards, reversible poster, new commentary with international crime cinema and noir expert Travis Woods. Tell Someone, film critic Blake Howard on reassembling Tell No One's deleted story. The making of Tell No One, behind the scenes outtakes, last shots of the actors, recording the music, deleted scenes, I Can't Sleep, a short film by director Guillaume Canet. Yeah, like I said, it's mystery thriller. I thought it was really good. I thought it was really well told, well acted, great pacing. I really liked it a lot. I really liked it a lot. Um, let's see what else we've got here. That's it actually. That is it. That is it from Umbrella. So that is yeah, like I said, I'm gonna save their May releases for next episode just because it would just be too much to go over right now. Like I said, they just announced it 3 hours ago. It was an hour before the show even started. I have no time to delve into them, let alone watch them and all that stuff. So let me look at my notes and see where else we're gonna go from here. I do have one slate, like longer, not a longer slate, it's 3 movies. Yeah, I do. I have Kino and I've got Eureka, and then I've got two from Deaf Crocodile, and one from New Wave Video, and then we can hit Criterion. So let me go to Kino just because Kino, honestly, not a lot to say. It's mostly stuff I put on the list of stuff we've talked about already, at least movie wise. It's been pretty quiet from them. Um, let's see. So, like I said, pretty quiet from them. They announced that the movie Euphoria, Uforia from 1985 is coming out March 10th on 4K UHD and Blu-ray. We talked about this when this was announced that they were working on this in 2024. So almost 2 years ago, they announced it. I watched the movie at the time. We talked about it here on Chasing Labels at the time, and now January of 2026, they've announced that it's coming out in March. It's a 2 disc set, brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master from a 4K scan of 35mm original camera negative. Audio commentary by writer director John Binder, associate producer Gene Field, moderated by filmmaker slash film historian Daniel Kramer. Disc 2 has that same audio commentary, and that is it. And this is the movie dealing with like Cindy Williams is in the film. Um yeah, it's about like God, it's been so long since I've seen the movie. I'm just gonna read what it says. Cindy Williams is Arlene, a wacky revivalist who thinks that mankind will be saved by extraterrestrials when her drifter boyfriend, Fred Ward, runs into his preacher friend, Brother Bud. The brother decides there's easy money to be made by charging admission to the predicted landing site. What they don't count on is that Arlene's vision may not be so crazy after all. It adds up to a great and goofy look at country living and loving that's packed with out of this world humor, a rare sighting since its 1987 VHS release. The cult oddity Euphoria finally arrives home again in a stellar new restoration. Yeah, the movie stars Cindy Williams, Fred Ward, and Harry Dean Stanton. And yeah, it's a movie dealing with like con people and like the religious revivalist type of stuff and the televangelist nonsense and whatnot, but playing that up with a UFO twist to it all. So that's coming out. Beethoven I talked about recently, a favorite from my childhood, is coming out March 10th. I just talked about this. I love this movie. I love this movie. I love Beethoven second. Something straight out of my childhood. It's a foundational movie for me for my love for dogs. Came out in 1992, the year my brother was born. Uh, it This release here is from a 2K scan of the 35mm interpositive. Commentary by director Brian Levin, moderated by filmmaker Douglas Hostale. New audio commentary from film historian Joe Ramone. And this is to say the original Blu-ray release had nothing in terms of special features, so to get anything is nice. I also heard the original Blu-ray did not look very good. I think that was from Universal. So the fact that it's getting a new HD master is nice. So hey, it's something from my childhood. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it when it comes out in March. Next, we've got an interesting movie based on a true story, actually. It's called K2. K2 being the mountain, the Like it's like the second highest mountain in the world, I think, or something like that. I know nothing about outdoor stuff, about mountain climbing or stuff like that, but it's called the Savage Mountain. Many have perished trying to reach its ice-torn summit. Now K2 waits to claim the lives of two Americans whose only hope lies in the tenuous ties of their own friendship. Attorney Taylor Brooks, portrayed by Michael Biehn from Terminator fame and Aliens, um, and who's the other guy? And physics professor Harold Jameson, Matt Craven, who is in Indian Summer and Crimson Tide, are unlikely friends bound by the same all-consuming dream to climb K2. Their opportunity comes when they meet a legendary mountaineer who is assembling an international team for K2 expedition. That's the movie. These two friends get hired to go on this once in a lifetime expedition to climb the mountain K2, and that's what the movie's about. All the pitfalls and perils and all this kind of stuff that go along with trying to climb a gigantic mountain that where with freezing cold temperatures, lack of oxygen, all the perils that entail all of that. Yeah, the movie's fine. The movie's fine. It's not really it's not like an action movie like Cliffhanger or anything like that. Like there's no like subplot of people going after them and or them having to escape, you know, you know, bad guys or something like that. It's just trying to survive the elements. Reminded me a lot of that movie Mount Everest from a couple of years ago. By a couple of years, I may be dating myself a little bit. Maybe not that I'm dating myself, but I don't think anybody remembers the movie called Everest. That's what it was called, Everest. I remember seeing that in theaters. 2015. That was a different time. Um, the movies that had a star-studded cast. Jason Clarke. Wow, they really don't list them all. Emily Watson was in the movie. Sam Worthington. John Hawkes. Wasn't Hold on, let me see, because IMDb is goofy when it comes to listing off cast. Josh Brolin, Jake Gyllenhaal. That's Vanessa Kirby, Robin Wright, Mia Goth. Wow. Yeah, what a star-studded cast and looking back in hindsight. But I remember Jake Gyllenhaal in that movie just like hanging out. Um Mount Everest. What a mountain. What a movie. Anywho, where was I? Oh yeah. So the movie's called K2. Next we've got I think this is the last in the Maigret series. I misspelled it in my notes. It's spelled for some reason. The autocorrect on my phone misspelled Maigret to Margaret. It's Maigret. Maigret Sees Red from 1963. It's the last time I think Gene Gabin portrayed um, George Simmonson's punctuous pipe smoking sleuth in Maigret Sees Red. I didn't get to see the movie, so I didn't get to see any of these movies to be quite honest. So I have nothing to say about it. Coming out March 17th. Sorry. Next movie is I did see because I actually own it on DVD. I own it on Blu-ray because Paramount put it out several years ago in a plain Jane like regular Blu-ray release, and that is the movie Uncommon Valor from 1983, starring Gene Hackman, Fred Ward, Red Brown, um, Patrick Swayze's in the movie, Robert Stack's in the movie. Now, let's see. This is one of those post-Vietnam War movies. And let's see. Screen legend Gene Hackman commands the screen as retired Marine Colonel Jason Rhodes, a man obsessed in the powerful, action-packed adventure Uncommon Valor. For over 10 years, Rhodes has been living a nightmare searching for his son, who is listed as missing in action in Vietnam. So what ends up happening is he's kind of just a tortured soul because his son was in Vietnam and he is missing, and he's been missing in action, presumed dead, obviously. But Gene Hackman is holding out hope that his son may be held in an unknown POW camp. So he assembles this group of ex-soldiers, really. Yeah, they're all ex-soldiers some who served with his son, some who didn't, and he puts this team together, trains them, and they're going to go basically invade this and liberate this Vietnam POW camp. And that's the movie. Like I said, several people in here you will recognize, and yeah, it's a pretty pretty cool, 1980s war action movie starring Gene Hackman. Starring Gene Hackman. For special features here, it's a two-disc set. First disc is the 4K UHD disc. It's got a brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master for 4K scan and 35 millimeter original camera negative. I can say the Blu-ray that came out from Paramount from a couple of years ago looked very good. Ironically, as I bought it, and then a week later, this was announced. So kind of screwed myself on that one. There's a new audio commentary of film historian Steve Mitchell and writer-producer Cyrus Forrest. New audio commentary by author and critic Douglas E. Winter. For the Blu-ray disc, there is those two commentaries plus the movie. Plus, there's a new interview with actor Reb Brown that goes for like 24 minutes long. There's Reluctant Warrior new interview with actor Harold Sylvester that goes for 50 minutes. Damn. Okay. So a massive upgrade to my plain Jane Paramount disc that I bought. That's nice. So that's Uncommon Valor coming out March 24th. Next we have A Bridge Too Far. This movie has already gotten a big old deluxe release from Australia, from I think Imprint. I think it was Imprint put this out back in 2024, in December of 2024, and one of their big, deluxe 4K releases. But it's getting a release here by Kino, and that happens. That happens. Like I've said this many times. If you're not familiar with Chasing Labels, Kino and Imprint kind of go back and forth. They'll put out one. They'll put out one. It'll usually have different special features, which messes with us as collectors because we want to have everything, but we don't want to have multiple releases of the same movie because we have lack of shelf space. It's a whole song and dance that we all have to do. It's a pain. It's a real big pain. But I guess there are worse things in life. But A Bridge Too Far. Yes, in September of 1944, flushed with success after the Normandy invasion, the Allies confidently launched Operation Market Garden, a wild scheme intended to put an early end to the fighting by invading Germany and smashing the Reich's war plants. But a combination of battlefield politics, faulty intelligence, bad luck, and even worse weather led to the disaster beyond the Allies' darkest fears. Based on Cornelius Ryan's best-selling novel, A Bridge Too Far accurately recreates in stunning detail this controversial episode in military history. Directed by Richard Attenborough, who directed Gandhi, and Cry Freedom, written by William Goldman, one of the greatest writers ever in movie history, he wrote Marathon Man, All the President's Men, etc., etc. Crafted epic, both monumental in its scale and surprising in its subtlety. You got the actors in here: James Caan, Michael Caine, Sean Connery, Elliot Gould, Gene Hackman, Anthony Hopkins, Laurence Olivier, Ryan O'Neal, Robert Redford. Damn, that's a cast. Damn, that's a cast. It's a war epic from the 70s. From 1977, actually. So for the special features, you have a brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master for 4K scan of the 35mm original camera negative. You have an audio commentary by filmmaker historian Steve Mitchell, Combat Films American Realism author Stephen J. Rubin, another audio commentary by screenwriter William Goldman and the main crew. Disc 2, which is just the Blu-ray, you got the movie, you got that audio commentary, the other audio commentary, and that's it. A little lacking there, but whatever. I guess the movie is nice in and of itself. The movie is 175 minutes long, so yeah, that's a hefty movie. But I remember that the imprint release had more special features than that. Next, we got Runaway Train, which I've talked about already, but this is coming out March 31st. This is the movie that initially was supposed to be directed by Akira Kurosawa, who had developed the movie, and then it kind of fell apart, and then he went on to direct other things. Anywho, it was revived years and years later in like 1980, and was then made in 1985, and this is the movie tearing up the tracks at 100 miles per hour. Runaway Train features hair-raising footage and spectacular Oscar-nominated performances by John Voight and Eric Roberts. John Voight is the toughest convict in a remote Alaskan prison who, along with fellow inmate Buck, portrayed by Eric Roberts, makes a daring breakout. Hopping a freight train, they head full steam for freedom, but when the engineer dies of a heart attack, they find themselves trapped alone and speeding towards certain disaster, until they discover a third passenger, beautiful railroad worker Sarah, portrayed by Rebecca De Mornay, who's just as desperate and just as determined to survive as they are. So you got a runaway train, you got two fugitives, and someone who's in the wrong place at the wrong time in Rebecca De Mornay. Um, let's see. Disc one, the 4K UHD disc, brand new HD Dolby Vision master from a 4K scan with a 35mm original camera negative. Commentary by co-star Eric Roberts and film historians David Del Val and C. Courtney Joyner. Disc two, you've got that commentary. You've got the movie. And The Moment Is Real, which is a new interview with Eric Roberts. From Thespian to Fugitive, John Voight remembers the runaway train. Running on Empty, an interview with director Andrei Kochalski. The calm before the storm, before the chaos. Kyle T. Hefner reflects on Runaway Train. Sweet and Savage 2018 interview with Eric Roberts. And that is it. That is it. But I like the movie enough to where I do want to get that release. Now we've got, I think, a Kino Cult release. Feels like a Kino Cult release. And it is a Kino Cult release. Kino Cult release number 46 is a double feature of the Sexploiters / Raw Love. Or is that one movie? Oh, no. It's two movies. So, Kino Cult and Something Weird present two rarely seen roughies, in quotes, culled from the lower depths of the American grindhouse. In the Sexploiters, Terry Steele is a Long Island housewife who immerses herself in the seedy subculture of the Camera Club, where clients engage in live models for private photography sessions. Okay. And let's see. Interesting. A little bit of a kind of pre-modern day, well, obviously pre-modern day, but it's interesting how close that is to kind of modern day sex work and stuff like that. Um, and then director Al Rubin later brought the gritty black and white aesthetics of the Sexploiters to John Cassavetes' 1968 Faces, which Rubin shot and edited. Holy shit, that's a connection. Launching a decades-long collaboration between the two artists, Raw Love is a Hicksploitation classic virtually unseen for 50 years. A sordid slice of life among the depraved moonshiners and uninhibited daughters of an unsuspected rural community. Both films were mastered from the original 35mm prints from the Sony Amusement Enterprises collection at the UCLA Film and Television Archive. This is an incredibly historical double feature here. So if you're into these types of movies or just the historical significance of them, you may want to check out this Kino Cult release of the Sexploiters and Raw Love, both from 1965. There's an audio commentary for both films by film historians Gentry Austin and Casey Scott of the Sin Syndicate podcast. Audio commentary for the Sexploiters by cinematographer C. Davis Smith with film historian Michael Bowen. Raw Love filmed introduction by film historian C. Courtney Joyner. And then gallery of stills and artwork, limited edition reversible sleeve, and old card slipcase. All right, then. Next up is coming soon on Blu-ray Mannion 7, also known as French Mistress, starring Catherine Deneuve. I'll move on from there just because just in the interest of time, because where are we at here? We're about 2:42. I want to keep things flowing here. So we have another movie from my childhood, at least one I watched on VHS back in the day, maybe even rented on DVD. I'm not even sure. But it's the 1996 action buddy comedy in Bulletproof, starring Damon Wayans and Adam Sandler. James Caan's in the film as well. Bill Nunn, Monica Potter. Who directed this? Directed by Ernest Dickerson, who directed Juice and Tales from the Crypt, Demon Knight. Now this I will get a synopsis for. Coming out in 1996. So earlier on in, I would say, not really early on in Adam Sandler's career. So this was after he had done Billy Madison, while he was also still on SNL at the time, on Saturday Night Live. He did this action comedy. Two criminals, Keats and Moses, end their friendship when Keats turns out to be an undercover cop. Many years later, the two are forced to work together when Keats is assigned to protect Moses as a witness. So you got a little bit of like a midnight run situation going on here, meets the buddy cop comedy. Yeah. I believe the criminal in this case is Adam Sandler, and the undercover cop was Damon Wayans. So you got these two guys who used to be, one was undercover, and they come together years later and all this kind of stuff. I haven't seen this movie in 25 years, and I'm being generous when I say that. I haven't seen this movie in so long, um, so long. Let me see, because I think it had a Blu-ray release already. I want to say, oh no, it didn't. Oh yes, it did. I lied. Came out in 2011 through Universal Pictures, so Universal Studios. And it had nothing in the way of special features, not a great transfer. So I'm hoping that I'm assuming this is going to look a hell of a lot better. Even if it has a commentary from someone, it's still an upgrade. Especially coming on 4K of all things. Okay, I'm down for it. I'm down for it. That is bulletproof. It just says coming soon. Um, I think that's it. Well, that's it. We'll cut it there. Because I want to move on to Eureka. Da, 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 da. Let me go to Eureka. Actually, before I go to Eureka, I had some comments earlier that I never got back to. So our friend Acres of Movies said hello and thanks from Stacy. Have you seen No Other Choice? I have seen No Other Choice. That's the new Park Chan-wook film. For those of you who haven't seen, it's only really gotten like a limited release, but yeah, it's Park Chan-wook is a fantastic director, one of my favorites. I have a Park Chan-wook section in my collection. Because of movies, I hope you come back and listen to this. 'Cause you asked that a while ago. I'm sorry, but yeah, it was one of my favorites of the year. Let me go check my favorites. So yeah, it's the new Park Chan Wook film, or Chan Wook Park, however you would like to announce it or say it rather. I took a history of China class, and they talked about why the names are uh, can be pronounced both ways or said both ways. Let me look at my lists on Letterboxd. I want to see where No Other Choice lied on my list. Yeah, No Other Choice for me is my sixth favorite movie of 2025. So that just gives you a sense of how much I liked it. Really, really good film. Like I said, it's in limited theatrical release right now, still as of this recording. Yeah, it's not available yet to rent or anything like that. See some other comments here. Because the movies ask, "How are you doing this evening?" Doing okay. I'm tired. This time of year for me is tough because it's dark, it's cold, it's miserable, and I go into like this super hibernation mode where I'm tired and unmotivated all the time, and my sleeping schedule is even way more off than usual. Like I'm sleeping all day, I'm up all night, but even at night, I keep falling asleep randomly. I don't know. It's a weird health issue. Um, and the weather is like I said, blisteringly cold, and today for some reason my eyes are bothering me way more than usual, and I can't do much about it because I'm here streaming. So I've got to like just power through it. But I don't know. Like I said, it's Tuesday. Feels like a Monday. I don't know. Let's see. Acres of Movies also asks, would you rather go on a dark ride for Ferris Bueller's Day Off or Weird Science? Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Ferris Bueller. I prefer Ferris Bueller's Day Off as a movie than Weird Science. I've only seen Weird Science once. I've only seen Weird Science once, but I've seen Ferris Bueller's Day Off multiple times. I actually don't even own Weird Science in my collection. There's a nice Arrow release of Weird Science. That's the one you should get. Universal put it out on Blu-ray years ago, and it was one of their worst looking Blu-rays they've ever put it because they didn't give to anything about it. They didn't care about that part of their catalog, I guess. Um, Acres of Movies also says, "Tell No One" was great. Yeah, Tell No One is great. I was really pleasantly surprised by how good of a movie that is. Even if you can kind of figure out the twists and turns and all that stuff, I just think from a construction standpoint and and a plot standpoint and plot pacing, it was really well done. Really well done. But let me get to Eureka. I gotta scroll down to when they announced. They only announced 3 releases, and it was several days ago. Let's see. It was actually, I think, yeah, they're March releases. Here they are. Found them. They announced these back on January 8th, so we're talking about 12 days ago at this point. Eureka is proud to unveil its March 2026 release schedule, bringing together three extraordinary works of world cinema. This month's lineup spans continents and genres, from a newly restored wuxia classic of early Hong Kong cinema to a searing historical epic from a Golden Bear winning Japanese master, and a towering achievement of French fantasy and horror, widely regarded as one of the genre's finest films. All right, hey now. Um, let's see. We've got Cruel Tale of Bushido from 1963, directed by Tadashi Imai. And let me see. We've got The Devil's Hand, directed by Maurice Tournier from 1943. This is the French film, if you couldn't tell. And then we have The Invincible Eight directed by Lo Wei. Let me see. See if I can click on these to get some details. So let's start with the Cruel Tale of Bushido. This movie is fascinating. Um, best known for dramas such as Until We Meet Again and an Inlet of Muddy Water, the Japanese filmmaker Tadashi Imai was also the director of Revenge. That's another movie that's really good. A highly accomplished and brutal Jitageki picture. These two sensibilities come together in the film that might just stand as Imai's masterpiece, Cruel Tale of Bushido. It is very good. It is very good. Kinosuke Nakamura stars in multiple roles, playing 7 generations of men belonging to the same family. In the modern-day salaryman, Ikura is devastated by his wife's attempted suicide. To distract himself, he begins working through his recently discovered family records. As he traces his personal history across 350 years, he discovers tale after tale of men who have suffered, debased themselves, and made untold sacrifices in the name of Bushido, or the moral code of the samurai. So what we have here is a framing device. Framing device is modern day. By modern day, I think it's like 1930s Japan. I think it's like 1930s Japan. Keep in mind this movie came out in 1963. Anywho, just for story's sake, I think it's like 1930s Japan. Somewhere around there. Either way, his I think his wife attempts suicide, and then he starts thinking about um like the like his family tree of all times. He starts, but he we go back in time to 350 years of the samurai, and we see like these different stories of the men in his family, his ancestors, and what they've and things that they've gone through, and the life of the samurai, and the cruel story of the Bushido Code. And the movie is definitely trying to um not hypothesize. It's definitely trying to show that this Bushido moral code of the samurai is not all what it's cracked up to be, or what it's been glorified or glamorized as, which does make a lot of sense. I mean, we all kind of glorify the samurai, or we glorify other things of the past that we probably shouldn't have, because there are problems with it, and this movie is trying to portray those problems within the Bushido, within the samurai moral code. Essentially, the immoral code of the samurai, I guess, what is the main treatise of the movie. Um, and we see that throughout this film as we travel basically throughout the centuries, and we jump from time frame to time frame. So it is tough from a viewer's perspective to fully immerse yourself in this film, because we are jumping from you know story to story and whatnot. And of course, there's a language barrier, a cultural barrier. Those are all stuff we all know from watching movies that are period pieces and whatnot. But um, the movie is really good. Like, movie is excellent. Um, I can't stress enough. This movie is excellent. It's a first time release on Blu-ray for the first time in the UK. I'm curious if it's been released any other place. Hold on, let me take a gander here. Let me see if it's been released in any other. Did I? Yeah. Did I spell Bushido right? So it has been released in France back in 2022 on a Blu-ray. So not this wouldn't be the first release it has, but it's going to be the first release in the UK as well as the United States. Let me see if what we have for special features. I didn't scroll down there. Oh, there they are. I'm not used to being on their Eureka website. I like their layout. It's very clean. It's very clean. Everything is organized. Some sites you go to and things are not very clean, not very organized. They don't give you all the details you need. So, for special features for Bushido, or Cool Tale of Bushido, sorry, limited edition old card slipcase featuring new artwork by Tony Stella, a limited edition collector's booklet featuring new writing by Japanese cinema expert Haley Scanlon, 1080p presentation from a 4K restoration by Toei, original Japanese mono audio, optional DTS HD Master Audio 5.1, optional English subtitles, telling a cruel tale, new interview with film critic Tony Raines, Years of Honor, new video essay on cruel tale of Bushido and Japanese history by Jonathan Clements, author of A Brief History of Japan. Yeah, this would be one I get from my collection. I I don't buy enough Eureka. There's so many really great Eureka releases, especially last year, that I've talked about here on Chasing Labels, and then I forget about them, and then I'm like, oh yeah, I still have to get that. I need a running list of things that I want to get. I have wish lists on various websites, Amazon, Orbit DVD, etc., etc. But I'm always adding to those, which is the worst thing you can do. It really is. But for those of you fellow collectors out there, you know what I'm saying. It's not it's not it's not new to us, adding endlessly to wish lists. I just wanted to check. I'm just checking something really quick. Ba-ba-bum. Okay. Right on, right on. Okay. Okay. Let me go. Yeah, let me go see what the next one is. So that is Cruel Tale of Bushido. We've got which one did I? There's one of these I did not get to see. We'll see. I saw the Devil's Hand. We'll talk about the Devil's Hand because it's a story we many of us have probably heard of before. Don't make deals with supernatural beings. It never goes well. It never goes well. So directed by cinematic pioneer Maurice Tournier, who directed Cecile is Dead, and starring Pierre Fresnay from The Grand Illusion, one of the greatest movies ever made. The Devil's Hand stands with Diabolique and Eyes Without a Face. The Devil's Hand stands with Diabolique and Eyes Without a Face as one of the finest horror films ever produced in France. Guests staying at an isolated mountain cut off from the outside world by an avalanche are astounded by the sudden arrival of Roland Berceau, a mysterious man with prosthetic hand. He soon begins to regale the assembled patrons with his extraordinary story. Once a struggling artist, his luck changed on the day that he bought an enchanted talisman in the shape of a hand, an artifact that supposedly bestows good fortune upon its owner. Overnight, he became talented, wealthy, and contented. But he must sell the talisman at a loss before he dies, or else he will be damned to hell for all eternity. A distinctly a distinct French twist on the likes of Faust and The Monkey's Paw, The Devil's Hand was adapted from a short story by Gerard de Nerval and produced under German occupation at the height of World War II. The Masters of Cinema series presents the extraordinary film on Blu-ray for the first time in the UK. That is actually what interested me the most. This movie came out in 1943. For those of you who know world history, um, during World War II, France was occupied by Germany. So I was thinking to myself, how the heck did they get this movie made at that time? Well, apparently they did, um, which is extraordinary in my opinion. But yeah, I'm fascinated by it. But this movie does play out kind of like the Faust story, where you make a deal that's and things are too good to be true, and there's always a cost to happiness, to wealth, to all your heart's desires to your biggest wishes. There's always a cost to that. And these stories are always cautionary tales, like be careful what you wish for, all that kind of stuff. And this movie is very much, in that same vein. It's also very, very good. It's really, really good. I do recommend it to people. Especially if you're fans of like 1940s horror. um, I would definitely recommend it. So there's a limited edition oak card slipcase featuring new artwork by John Dunn, limited edition collector's booklet featuring new writing on director Maurice Tournier by French cinema expert Barry Nevin, 1080p HD presentation from restoration by Gaumont Film Company, original French audio, there's, of course, English subtitles, new audio commentary by film critic James Oliver, The Devil in the Details, new video essay by film historian Sam Deegan, LA Continental, a archival documentary on continental films and French cinema under German occupation. Now, that is something I really want to see. Like I was just saying, I'm fascinating. Like, what did French cinema look like from, the years 1939 through 1945? I, you know, What did it exist? What was it like? How were productions made? All that kind of stuff. I'm pretty sure that's stuff I could look up, but in documentary form, it's easier to get into. So I was not able to see the third film here, which is um the Invincible Eight. So we'll just skip that for now, just because I still have a couple of things I've got to talk about, and yeah, I got a couple of individual things I want to talk about. Two Deaf Crocodiles plus New Wave Video. Then we've got to go to Criterion. We have already hit we're already at the 3 hour mark. It's probably going to take me another hour to get through all this. So actually, maybe not. Let's go over to Deaf Crocodile just for time's sake. Let's see. So there's two announcements from Deaf Crocodile. These were announced yesterday, actually, or Monday rather. We've got two announcements. We have Hair High, which is a new Bill Plimpton Blu-ray movie Blu-ray release. Then we have Song of the Miraculous Hind. Now I was only able to see Hair High because I couldn't find the other one to watch. Once again, in typical Deaf Crocodile style, they are pulling from an archive you've never heard of before. Well, the Bill Plimpton stuff you've heard of by now because of them. The other film, uh, yet again, something I've never seen. So or never even heard of. So Hair High from 2004 is a Bill Plimpton film. So 2000, it runs 78 minutes long. Legendary animator Bill Plimpton, a cheerfully unhinged and wildly hormonal tribute to 1950s teen romance opens on star quarterback Rod and head cheerleader Cherry as the unchallenging king and queen of Echo Lake High School. Enter scooter driving Spud as the bumbling new kid in school who quickly runs afoul of Rod and Cherry, but will love unexpectedly blossom between geek and prom queen, filled with reanimated frogs, writhing teenager tongues, tonsils to and lips, deranged parodies of drive-in flicks like The Brain Eaters, and of course a sea of gravity-defying Dr. Seuss-like hairstyles. Our favorite let's see. This is Plimpton's cheeky musical take on Rebel Without a Cause, Grease, Hairspray, and Bye Bye Birdie. And like the best of Plimpton, it's fueled by sex and roaring libidos. The school team is the fighting. So anywho, you get it. If you've seen a Bill Plimpton animated film before, you understand how unhinged, how brilliant, how unique, how wild, how crazy, how you could say cool it all is. And this movie is no exception to that. If you've seen The Tune, if you've seen Mutant Aliens, you know what I'm saying. You know the style already. If you haven't seen any of Bill Plimpton's work, get strap in for a ride because his movies do not hold your hand. They don't ease you into the visual, just insanity of it all. He thrusts you into his world of craziness, and you kind of have to go with it. It is like it's there's nothing like it. There's truly nothing like it, and you kind of have to like it or not like it. I actually love it, so so I'm one of the people who love it. So this is available to pre-order now on the crocodile.com website. The estimated time for this release is late February or early March. So keep that in mind. For special features for this. You've got first ever US Blu-ray release, two Bill Plimpton animated shorts. You have Shut Eye Hotel from 2007 and then Horn Dog from 2009. New video interview with Bill Plimpton and composer Maureen Meckelhorn, moderated by Dennis Bartok of Deaf Crocodile. New visual essay, Horny High, Sex Identity and Animated Anarchy in Hair High by film critic Celeste Lacabra, our friend Celeste Lacabra. I think this is her first special feature, and hopefully the first of many to come. So Celestial Cabra is, she's been a supporter here for Chasing Labels for so many years now. She's been here a few times on Chasing Labels as well as the Unwatched pile. Just a friend and just really good person, somebody that you really just want to know. Also, really great analytical mind when it comes to cinema and stuff like that. So this I'm really interested in hearing what the visual essay is going to entail. So I'm so happy for her and hopefully, like I said, the first of many special features to come. A new commentary track by animation producer and podcaster Adam Rakoff, podcaster and film critic James Hancock, and filmmaker and podcaster Martin Kessler. 2004 commentary track by Bill Plimpton, 2004 scene breakdown, and then with footage from the Hair High premiere in Portland, voiceover sessions with Sarah Silverman and Ed Begley Jr., Anycam time lapse of Bill's uh, animated table as he drew Hair High, Blu-ray authoring by Vital Passenger, new art by Beth Morris, and the deluxe edition has a hard slipcase featuring new artwork by Bill Plimpton, 60-page illustrated booklet, new essay by longtime Plimpton collaborator John Holderide, new essay by film critic Walter Chaw, limited to 1,750 units. Yeah. So there will be a limited edition. There will be a standard edition as well. However you prefer to buy it, I would recommend supporting Deaf Crocodile and checking out this release. So for the other release, Song of the Miraculous Hind, the deluxe limited edition, this is a movie I could not find. It's a Hungarian animated film. Let's see, from 2002. We are the people of the deer, our dead appear in the form of a deer. That's a quote here. Proclaims the voice of the great cosmic elk as it descends to Earth in legendary Hungarian animator Marcel Yankovic's dazzling multicolored masterpiece, a stunning blend of Ice Age mythology, primordial symbolism, medieval history, and mind-bending metaphysics. His follow-up feature to Son of the White Mare, and made during the production on his magnum opus, The Tragedy of Man, which was recently released by Deaf Crocodile's song, is Yankovic's incredibly ambitious attempt to depict thousands of years of Hungarian culture and myth, based in part on the early Siberian and Finno-Ugric legends and incorporated Scythian, Iranian, and Turkic artistic influences. Divided into 4 sections, the film opens in a violent snowstorm with nomadic hunters stalking deer and woolly mammoth and singing songs of their spiritual brethren, and it ends millennia later with Geza, Grand Prince of the Hungarians, who helped bridge the gap between paganism and early Christianity. Filled with cascading imagery of mythical she-deer, of legendary brothers Hunar and Magyar, of forest spirits, gorgeous birds of the fire, and streams of silvery fish, song is easily the visual as equal of Son of the White Mare and Tragedy of Man, and Yankovic's filmography as the ancient ballad sings the wonderful hind of their dreams ran ahead of them, featuring the voices of Opad. Oh, I can't read. I cannot read these Hungarian names. So I'm not going to even attempt to. Needless to say, I've seen Son of the White Mare. Son of the White Mare is amazing. So I'm all in on this. I'm all in on this. 4K restoration of the film by the National Film Archive in Hungary. First ever worldwide 4K UHD release of the film. New interview with the film's composer and animator. And let's see, moderated by Dennis Bartok of Deaf Crocodile. New visual essay by film historian Evan Chester. New commentary track by animation producer and podcaster Adam Rakoff, podcaster and film critic James Hancock, and filmmaker and podcaster Martin Kessler. Blu-ray authoring by Vital Passenger. The deluxe edition has a hard slipcase featuring new artwork by Beth Morris, 60-page illustrated booklet, new essay by film historian Jenny Barker, new essay by film critic Walter Chaw, and limited to 2,000 units. Okay, so these are Hair High and Song of the Miraculous Hind, both available to pre-order at deafcrocodile.com. Yeah, unique stuff from a unique company doing unique things. Really, I am constantly mystified by the depth of cinema that Dev Crocodile was able to pluck from. Like these are movies that I you would not know ever, without them releasing these and bringing these movies to light. Truly unique work here. Um, let's see. Let's what else we have here? I think that's it. So New Wave Video. Let me go to New Wave Video because they just announced I think their first I think their first title in their sub label. Yes. First title in their sub label. Let's see. Catalog. Let's see. Yeah, let me go to their catalog. Didn't know where to look. I don't even know if it's on here. I'm at their website. It's not here. Let me see if I'm in the right place. I may have to go to their Facebook page because it's not anyplace else. Let me go there. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, let me go over there. Some comments that did pop in. So JB says, "Oh man, I'm late. I thought you streamed this show on Mondays. I do stream it on Mondays, except for this week. I pushed it to Tuesday. One because there was way more stuff to get into, and two because I selfishly watched the college football championship game. Um, for those of you who don't know, I guess I'm a big sports fan in general, so I follow a bunch of different sports, talking about sports, reading about sports, thinking about sports, all this kind of stuff. Anywho, I spent the whole season watching college football, talking about college football. So I figured I probably should watch the biggest game of the season in the championship. And obviously, doing chasing labels here, I wouldn't have been able to do that. I could have had the game up on the TV, but it messes with it messes with the aesthetic because there will be a reflection from the TV. The TV is that close, and two, I would be distracted the whole time. Looking up, watching, doing my work here. I like to concentrate fully on the work here on chasing labels. So I decided, Tuesday I've got nothing else going on. I could push it to Tuesday. So that's what I ended up doing. It also gave me an extra night to watch a bunch more movies, which I ended up doing. So it worked in both ways. So JB, it's okay. There's plenty of stuff uh, for you to catch up on here. I did want to mention JB. I think it was you that did comment on our favorite releases of the year video on last week where you wanted to see all the stuff I have here on my couch. Pretty much all the releases that I didn't get to talk about were stuff I had already mentioned here on Chasing Labels coincidentally. It was all stuff that when I do the little the movie collection updates that I do at the beginning of the show, typically it was kind of all stuff from there, really. There was nothing I did not get to at least mention um, on that episode. I just plucked a bunch of stuff from different companies, so I didn't know we were doing just 10. So if for those of you who haven't watched that episode yet or watched that video yet, I did 10 favorite 10 releases from last year. Steven, my producer slash ex co-host, did 10 releases of his favorites from last year. I didn't know we were just gonna do that. I kind of just assumed we were just gonna go back and forth, back and forth. So I just grabbed a bunch of different releases from each label. Like I had a couple of Warner Archives, I had a couple of Second Sights, I had an Umbrella release, Flicker Alley. What else did I have? I had a Radiance, bunch of Criterion because they got so much Criterion from last year. And I was just gonna show all those off, but then he was like, "Oh, we're just doing 10." I was like, "Oh, okay. I'll just break it down to 10." So that's what I ended up doing. So I still have a few of them next to me, but you guys saw all these before, like Possession and I think I showed Reanimator already a few times already. Reanimator, stuff like that. Um, of course, the Turtles. One thing I didn't get to show was, the City on Fire, which you guys have all seen these before. I put a bunch of them back. A bunch of Kinos that I picked up were basically Kino doing all the comedies from last year that they put out. Which, like I said, I'm really surprised with how great the picture quality of those those like 90s and 2000s comedies look like with Kino releases. But yeah, you didn't miss out on much. Um, I don't have a lot of the mainstream releases. Um, yeah, even mainstream stuff. I don't even know what I have. Oh, like Sinners and things like that. Yeah, the problem is mainstream releases don't have much to offer these days for the most part. Unfortunately, unfortunately. But anywho, I just wanted to follow up on that because I saw that you had commented on that. But Acres of Movies also asked, I think Send Help is next mystery movie. So I'm not sure what you're referring to there. Acres of Movies says, "What's your favorite movie being covered this week?" Oh, out of all the stuff, let me. Actually, that's a good question. Oh, it's got to be. Let's see. I really. So we're gonna talk about the Criterion next. After I talk about New Wave Videos, upcoming release, but it's gotta be. I think Point Blank. Point Blank is really good. If you've not seen the 1967, we're gonna talk about the 1967 neo noir film Point Blank starring Lee Marvin. It's probably my favorite movie of all of these that we're gonna be talking about on this episode of Chasing Labels. Let's see. Speaking of which, let me go to New Wave Videos Facebook page, and because they're putting out a release of this movie called Kamome's Diner, and it's really really good. It's a really really good movie. Let's see if I can find. Oh, here it is. It just this. So it says coming from our side label Nami Films later in 2026. Nami Film Spine number one is Kamome Diner from 2006. Kamome Diner follows Sachi, a Japanese woman who opens a small, unassuming diner in Helsinki, which is Finland. Yeah, Finland. Quietly serving familiar Japanese dishes in a foreign land. A beloved cult classic, this gentle and life affirming film celebrates food, friendship, and the simple comfort of finding home far from home. Shot on vibrant 35mm, Nami Films is proud to present the first ever official English Blu-ray release of Naoki Okigami's tender masterpiece, bringing this cherished work back in the circulation for a new generation of viewers. Coming to Blu-ray in 2026, strictly limited pressing of 1,000 units, and that is the movie called Kamome Diner. Now, this movie reminded me a lot of Tampopo because it's dealing a lot with food. It reminded me of Tampopo meets. Do I have it here? Yes. Tampopo meets Wim Wenders' Perfect Days. It reminded me a lot of Perfect Days, and I love this movie. This is one of my favorite movies of the year it came out, and it's one of my favorite Wim Wenders films. It's. I think this movie is. No pun intended. I think this movie's perfect, actually. This is one of the most perfect movies I've ever seen. And so this movie, Kamome Diner, reminded me a lot of this. And as well as Tampopo, because it adds food. And Tampopo is a movie I don't own that I wish I owned. It's a movie that I watched for the first time while hungry, which is the worst thing you can do. Do not watch the movie Tampopo while you are hungry. It is a form of self-torture. A form of self-torture. Um, let's see. Acres of Movie says, "Oh yes, Point Blank is great. Thanks. You're welcome." Let's see. Acres of Movie says, "Was busy earlier. I will rewind for the Ferris Bueller Weird Science Dark Ride one." Yeah, I just mentioned that. I'd rather be on a Ferris Bueller. Bueller? Yeah, Bueller. Ferris Bueller ride than Weird Science. Just because I like Ferris Bueller more than Weird Science. It's simple as that. Acres of Movies says, I saw no other choice and enjoyed it, and also the same story, which is called The Axe, starring Jose Martinez and directed by Costa Gavras. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I have to see that. I did mention Acres of Movies that No Other Choice is one of my favorite movies from last year. It's currently number 6 on my favorite movies of 2025. And I saw your comment from a month ago. I do still want to do a favorite movies video for 2025 films. There are just a couple of more I still have to see, and I mentioned them before. The Testament of Anne Lee and the Secret Agent. The Secret Agent, I don't know who's releasing that, but it's in such limited screenings that it's just really, really hard to see. And Wagner Moore is going to be nominated for all kinds of awards this season for it. He already has been. Actually, he just won the Golden Globe for it. So I really want to see that movie. I really want to see it a lot. Those are the two biggest ones. I I think that could kind of change my list potentially. Um, but yeah, I still I still have to see those two and maybe a couple of more, and then my list will probably be finalized. I'll be doing like a top 15 like I normally do with a couple of honorable mentions. That's how I typically roll. Uh, let's see another thing. Oh yeah, so Acres of Movies also says this wonderful program. So happy, Song Sung Blue is a hit and people like it. I actually still have to see it. I still have to see that as well. It's a surprise hit. Like like just first of all, I don't think anybody knew this movie was coming out until they dropped a trailer. I think a week or two before the movie came out. I had no idea this movie existed, and Kate Hudson's getting a lot of buzz for the movie. So I have to see that. Thank you for reminding me. That's once again, once we're done here with chasing labels, I'll have to work on doing that. I wanted to do a couple of other videos here on chasing labels as well, and I have to get on that as well this week. It's just like the preparation for chasing labels takes all of my energy and all of my time and all of my dedication to the point where I can't concentrate on a lot of other things regarding stuff here for the channel and things like that. Obviously, I have the other programs here that we do, the other shows, movies down memory lane and stuff like that. But for movies down memory lane, it's typically it's movies that I've typically seen before, and it's usually like just rewatching it, so that's easy enough. But unwatched pile is a little more involved, which we will be doing another unwatched pile at the end of this month. I should probably check my calendar. I will be. I'm getting sidetracked now. Actually, I'll save that for later. I'll save that for the end because I do want to get into the Criterion list. So the Criterion releases. So these are the April Criterion releases, right? Yes. Losing my tabs there. Yes. So we have the April releases. Yes. Keep saying that. So we have John Singleton's Hood Trilogy, Eclipse Series 48, Kinuyo Tanaka directs, Point Blank. We have the movie Resurrection. That's another one, actually, Acres of Movies you just mentioned. I want to see that. Can't find it to watch anyway. That movie got such a small theatrical release that it came and went, and I only know like a couple of people who actually saw it. Like our friend Dan, who's on Movies Down Memory Lane with us, he's a movie critic, so he got to see it. But yeah, I couldn't find it to watch it even for chasing labels here. It's actually not even hasn't even premiered theatrically in some countries yet. Yet it's coming out on Criterion in April. Anywho, after Resurrection, we have Monty Python's Life of Brian. Now, I believe the DVD was out of print for many, many years, and this is a reacquisition and re-release from Criterion. And then we have the movie Trouble in Paradise. This is the Ernst Lubitsch film. And then we have one of my beloveds, and this is Gilda. Rita Hayworth, directed by Charles Vidor. This is a film noir. Rita Hayworth is one of my favorite actresses of all time. I've seen like over 20 Rita Hayworth films. I've got so many of her films in my collection. I think she's extraordinary, just stunning in every way. So I will I be upgrading this at some point? Yes. Excuse me. I bought the Blu-ray of Gilda the day it came out. So I will be upgrading it eventually. But let's get into all of these releases here. So we'll start off with the John Singleton Hood trilogy. Now, I mistakenly thought that John Singleton had not been in the Criterion collection before. I thought he was making his debut, but it's been pointed out to me by our friend Egan Schultz, who's been on here before, that Yeah, Ian Schultz pointed out to me that there had been a Laserdisc release of Boys in the Hood back in the day. So technically, John Singleton has been part of the Criterion collection for a rather long time. Um, it's interesting how I forget to go back and look at the laser discs because I don't think of laser discs that often, and I forget that initially the format that Criterion released their stuff in was laser discs. Like that was their premium format back in the 80s and 90s before DVDs came around. And when the DVDs came around, that's when they started renumbering. That's when they started over from one. Number one being The Grand Illusion. Now, The Grand Illusion DVD has been out of print for many, many years. I would love for them to get the rights back to that movie. I don't know if that's ever going to happen. I know that Studio Canal has the rights in the UK, and I know that Lionsgate, I think, has the rights here. At least the Blu-ray I have is from Lionsgate. So I don't know if that's ever going to happen. But back to the, back to the task at hand. John Singleton's Hood trilogy, and this obviously is three movies. It is Boys in the Hood, his first film. Then we have Poetic Justice, the movie he made after that. And then we have a movie he made quite a few years later in Baby Boy. Now, Boys in the Hood, in my opinion, is a must-watch movie if you want to be, if you want to get into movies, if you want to be like, if you really want to know about movies, you gotta watch Boys in the Hood. It's so great. It's John Singleton's best film. It's I know it's tough because you can say he made his best movie as his first movie, but it really, really is. Boys in the Hood is fantastic, is excellent. Poetic Justice, which is the movie he did after Boys in the Hood, different movie. Different movie, starring Tupac, starring Janet Jackson. The film follows two young Angelinos, Justice, a sensitive hairdresser and poet mourning the death of her boyfriend, and Lucky, a dashingly charismatic postal clerk, as they fall in love over the course of a liberating road trip, featuring soul-nourishing poetry by Maya Angelou and scene performances from Regina King and Joe Torre. Poetic Justice is one of the most irresistible romances of the 1990s. That's overselling it a little bit. It's still good, though. Still good. But I'll read what it says here for Boys in the Hood. One of the greatest in American cinema. Don't disagree with that. It's one of the best. John Singleton's first feature is a harrowing and compassionate immersion into the lives of three black teenage boys grappling with the uncertainty of their futures growing up in South Central Los Angeles. The precocious Trey, portrayed by Cuba Gooding Jr., the street smart doughboy, portrayed by Ice Cube, and the athletically gifted Ricky, portrayed by Morris Chestnut, navigate friendship, first love, the hopes and dreams of their families, and the realities of gang violence in a city where the odds are stacked against them. Nominated for Academy Awards for Best Director and Best Original Screenplay at the age of 24, Singleton established himself as a vital new author already in breathtaking command of his craft. Yeah, Boys in the Hood is it's a must-watch movie. It's a must-watch film. What's interesting, Acres of Movies. Now you asked me about what do you think is what was my favorite movie of all of these? I may have to switch up from Point Blank to Boys in the Hood. I think yeah, uh, yeah. It's probably Boys in the Hood now. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's truly a kind of a life changing film. And then you have Baby Boy. So Baby Boy is in this funny and fearlessly honest character study. John Singleton illuminates the pressures that black men face as they make their way through early adulthood. Jody Tyrese Gibson, in his feature film debut, is a young native of South Central Los Angeles, struggling to find direction in his life. At the same time, he tries to reconcile his volatile relationship with his loving but conflicted girlfriend, a revelatory Taraji P. Henson, who bears much of the burden of raising their son, and his strong-willed mother, whose imposing ex-con beau, Ving Rhames, is a thorn in Jody's side, confronting complicated questions about sex, violence, and parent-child dynamics. The final installment in Singleton's Hood trilogy showcases the deep humanism of a celebrated filmmaker's work at the height of his powers. Yes and no. I think Baby Boy's thematic depth is there Baby Boy's thematic depth is really fantastic. Like, it's dealing with all of those dynamics, and there are some parts of it that are very, very good. As a whole, for me, it's got certain issues, and a lot of it does come down to some of the acting not particularly great. Some of the situations, tone-wise, come up as incredibly melodramatic to the point where it doesn't some of it doesn't quite work for me. But like I said, the thematic depth is there. The characters are there. I think Ving Rhames is excellent in this movie. I think Ving Rhames is a scene stealer, to be quite honest. Tyrese Gibson, to me, his acting's never been great in movies. Obviously, it's not his first thing. Tyrese, people may not even know this because people probably know Tyrese mostly from the Fast and Furious movies, but he started off, I believe, as a musical artist. At least that's where I know him from. And then he made the transition to acting. And he's never been a strong actor, but he tries a lot in this movie. He tries a lot. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But like I said, everything else in the movie is really there. Um, yeah, so that's this box set here. Let me see for special features. Let me get into this. 4K digital restoration of Boys in the Hood, supervised and approved by director John Singleton. Now, all three of these movies have been released on Blu-ray in the past. I believe they're all Sony Pictures films. So they've all been released on Blu-ray in the past. There's a new, like I said, new 4K digital restoration of Poetic Justice. Yeah, so Boys in the Hood got a 4K digital restoration, supervised and approved by director John Singleton. New 4K digital restoration of Poetic Justice, and Baby Boy, and Baby Boy. Okay. In the 4K UHD edition, three 4K UHD discs of the film presented in Dolby Vision HDR, and one Blu-ray with the special features. Audio commentary on all three films featuring John Singleton, new conversation between filmmakers Ryan Coogler and Regina King, new documentary on Singleton's filmmaking process featuring publicist Cassandra Butcher, casting director Kimberly Hardin, and collaborator Paul Hall. New audio interviews with Taraji P. Henson and Tyrese Gibson, archival interviews with cast and crew, press conference from 1991, deleted scenes and audition footage, music videos, and trailers. There's an essay by critic Julian Kimball, and that is it. John Singleton, for those that many of you probably know, he passed away in 2019, tragically. Well, yeah, suddenly. I think suddenly, and yeah, he's truly one of the most influential filmmakers of the last 30 years. Actually, the last, oh goodness, 35 years? No longer. I'll say the last 40 years. Last 40 years. John Singleton's work. I've always loved John Singleton's work. Next is the Eclipse series number 48. This is Tanaka Directs. I only got to watch the first film in this set. They are all available to stream currently on the Criterion channel if you have that service. Kinuyo Tanaka was already one of Japan's greatest actors, celebrated for her collaborations with authors such as Kenji Mizoguchi, Yasujiro Ozu, and Mikiyo Naruse, when she took a brave leap by embarking on a directing career in a studio system that actively discouraged female filmmakers. She's actually I think the second woman ever, or the second Japanese woman to direct a film. So when they say leap forward, they mean a gigantic leap forward. Let's see. The 6 features she made over the course of a decade center on women characters who refuse to conform to restrictive roles as they seek independence. With compassion and insight, Tanaka critiques the social conditions and forces that shape her heroine's struggles, sex work and social shaming, the expectation of passively entering arranged marriages, taboos surrounding illness and the female body, imperialism and religious persecution, and forbidden love. So she ran the gamut of just social themes, specifically women's social themes. So I really want to dive into these movies. Like I said, I did get to see Love Letter, which is the first movie. So you have Love Letter, The Moon Has Risen, Forever a Woman, The Wandering Princess, Girls of the Night, Love Under the Crucifix. There's a special feature as well, an essay by critic Imogen Sarah Smith. Now, what is interesting is that on the Criterion channel, there is like a 25-minute uh, interview. Not interview, no, there's a 25-minute kind of intro to Kinuyo Tanaka with Imogen Sarah Smith. I don't know why they just didn't put that here on as a special feature. That would have been nice because they've already produced it. It's already available to them. Perhaps they didn't have the rights to put it on a disc. That could be it. Either way, it seems a little odd to me. If you already have that thing, you might as well put it on there. Let's see. Uh, but yeah, that's. I'm glad they revived the Eclipse set. I'm glad they revived the Eclipse sets, and they're now on Blu-ray. So that's really nice. The old Eclipse sets, like I've talked about in the past, those were on DVD, and none of them had and none of the movies were restored or they had special features. Nothing like that. So at least now we're getting them on Blu-ray. So that's really cool. So there's the previous one that they came out with last year in the Abbas. I think it's Abbas Kiarostami's early films. Pretty sure that was the previous one. I don't know why I'm guessing. I could probably look it up. I'm guessing. Um, let's see. I can actually look that up. New releases. Hmm. Yeah, there it is. Yep, Eclipse Series number 47, Abbas Kiarostami, early shorts and features. Okay, so moving on to Lee Marvin in Point Blank. So this is a John Borman film. Like I said, this is a neo-noir directed by John Borman, brought the gangster drama into new realms of modernist abstraction with stylized revenge thriller which transforms hard-edged pulp into a kaleidoscope psychological puzzle. Lee Marvin is iconically cool as the enigmatic Walker, who, after he's betrayed and left for dead by his best friend during a robbery, embarks on a brutal quest for vengeance. Aided by a jaded ex-Moll, a sensational Angie Dickinson, who has her own complex motives for helping him, capturing Los Angeles locales with a surreal pop art eye, Bowman locates the existential dread lurking beneath the city's sunlit surface. This is a 4K UHD release, new 4K digital restoration supervised and approved by director John Borman with uncompressed monaural soundtracks. So yes, John Borman, if I recall, is I believe he's still with us actually. Yes, he is. Um, he's 93 years old. 93 years old, John Borman. So we've got one 4K UHD disc of the film presented in Dolby Vision HDR, and one Blu-ray with the special features, audio commentary featuring John Borman and filmmaker Steven Soderbergh. Interview with John Borman conducted by author Jeff Dyer. There's a new interview with critic Mark Harris. There's a new reflection on the film by filmmaker Jim Jarmusch. That sounds awesome. New program on the mid-century Los Angeles architecture featured in the film with historian Allison Martino. The Rock, a 1967 short documentary on Alcatraz and the making of the film. Interview with Lee Marvin from 1970 episode of The Dick Cavett Show. Oh, that's cool. So yeah, this movie has been released before. This movie's been released by Warner Brothers before. I know because I have it in my collection. But let me just get up the special features for that right away. Quickly, actually. Point Blank. Yeah, because this Blu-ray came out in 2014. And it had a couple of features on here. Hold on now. Had a commentary with director John Borman and Steven Soderbergh. It had The Rock Part 1 and The Rock Part 2, which is talking about shooting on Alcatraz. So I think those both carry over, yeah. Yeah, those both carry over. Yep. Yeah, so okay, so if you have that old Blu-ray from 2014, like I do, everything carries over, plus you get the movie in 4K, which is nice. So that is John Borman's Point Blank. I really like the movie a lot. It's another movie where Carol O'Connor plays the bad guy in it. In this movie, he's like this really. It's been so many years since I've seen the movie. I don't think I've seen it in 10 years. Does he play like a gangster in this movie? Something like that. Yeah, he's the guy who screws over Lee Marvin's character and has him like killed and then left for dead, and then Lee Marvin's gonna go after him afterward. Yep. Yeah, so yeah, I've always really liked this movie. Super underrated. Nobody really knows about this movie too much. Um, see, there are some comments here that I'm looking at here. Um, okay, so Acres the movie says if you had to predict how many John Sayles movies will there be that would be coming out, I still want Brother from Another Planet. I still have to get one that came out last year. Let me see. What's the one that came out? I wish we had a Fun City put it out. I forget about it every single time. Uh, Baby It's You came out last year. Brother from Another Planet is the big one. That's the one that everybody kind of wants a really, really nice release of. And it's been an issue getting that out for years. Acres the Movies also asks, would you rather be a field goal kicker or a goalkeeper? Field goal kicker. Uh, I feel like there's too much pressure on a goalkeeper. um, JB says, as a young white 13-year-old in 1991, Boys in the Hood not only blew me away, but scared the hell out of me too. I think it's supposed to, even regardless of, your your background. I think the movie's supposed to do that. It's supposed to be an eye-opening film. Um, let's see. Acres of Movie says Ryan Coogler calls. He says, I'm considering 4 movies: an OJ movie, a John Henry folklore adaptation, Dog Day Afternoon readaptation, Michael B. Jordan and the Keith Stanfield, I guess, starring in that, and then Color's Legacy sequel. Which you choose? Oh, boy, you know what? Since we just got Sinners, and that's a little folklore-ish, I would go with the John Henry folklore adaptation. Just because it feels like it would pair up with Sinners really nicely. So we know that Ryan Coogler can do that type of movie. So I would go with that. I don't hold on. Let me look up something for a second. The name sounds familiar, but I don't remember what it is. Okay, yeah, that's the movie Billy Bathgate. I've never seen it. That's the movie with Dustin Hoffman and Nicole Kidman. I've not seen Billy Bathgate. Okay. I know I had heard about it, but I wasn't sure what the reference was. Acres movies also. I like Juice and Menace to Society. Yeah. Um, Menace to Society is really good. Menace to Society and Boys in the Hood are similar yet different movies. Menace to Society is even harsher and a depiction of urban life than Boys in the Hood is. Um, yeah, it's interesting, very interesting. Um, Acres of Movie says I like the Charles S. Dutton performance in Menace Society. Um, yeah, yeah, Charles S. Dutton, super underrated character actor, super underrated character actor. Let's see. Yeah, I guess they were going for a Hood trilogy. Actually surprised Higher Learning is not. If they could have just done a John Singleton box set, put Higher Learning in there, and just call it like John Singleton directs box set or something. I don't know, because that's the one that's missing in there. Let me see if there's anything else in between for that box set. Because I know that Higher Learning is the one that he also did in the mid-90s. See, he was also a big producer of things. Yeah, Boys in the Hood, Poetic Justice, Higher Learning. Oh, Rosewood. is in there as well. Rosewood and Shaft are and then Baby Boy. Uh, Rosewood, I think, is super underrated. Rosewood, I would love a nice release of. I think it has a Blu-ray release, but I would still want a nicer release of that. Shaft is cool. Shaft is always. I mean, Samuel L. Jackson was a perfect cast as Shaft, perfect. um, and then you, like I said, then you have Baby Boy. So, and I think those may have all been under the Sony banner. If you're making a deal with Sony, you might as well got all the John Singletons, I guess. But yet again, I'm not in on the discussions when it comes to, you know, how those discussions work with studios to get the distribution rights. I have no idea how that actually works. But anywho, let's move on from Point Blank. It's Resurrection. So Resurrection, I haven't seen. And this is a Criterion Premieres release. With his ravishing third feature, visionary director Bygone takes his deepest plunge yet into the realm of pure dreamscape. In a world where humans have forsaken dreams in exchange for immortality, a dreaming monster embarks on a shape-shifting odyssey through illusion, beauty, and terror that takes him across a century of cinema into the end of time. Sounds like a ride. Unfolding in 5 dazzling imagined chapters that encompass everything from silent era expressionism to film noir to a delirious vampire love story, shot in one of Bygone's signature long takes, Resurrection is a work of breathtaking imagination in which cinema is the ultimate portal to the unconscious mind. I want to see this movie so bad. Like, this movie, if you want to know like the type of niche cinema that I'm into, it's this. This is the type of niche art house cinema that I love. Like, this movie is like what I love. I don't think there's anything in the way of special features here because typically they don't. Oh, it's got Meet the Filmmakers Bygone, a Criterion Channel original interview. That's typically what they have on these Criterion premieres, or it was the Janus Contemporaries, as it was originally called. They usually just have an interview with the director, which is fine. Next, we've got Life of Brian, Monty Python's Life of Brian, which by this point, I think everybody must know this movie. It's been around forever. It's been around since 1979. The anarchic irreverence of British comedy legends Monty Python is at its most inspired in this brilliant send-up of the blockbuster biblical epic. In a stable in ancient Jerusalem, a child is born, a child who will grow up to be Brian, an ordinary Judean who goes on to live an extraordinary life, becoming entangled in a plot to overthrow the Roman Empire and being mistaken for the Messiah. Among the other unlikely events, featuring ribald Roman puns, sharp political commentary, and an audacious crucifixion-themed musical number, the Python's most ambitious film is a hilarious satire of dogma and blind faith in which nothing is sacred. I've seen this movie several times. I'm sure many of you have seen this movie several times. For those of you who haven't seen it, if you like satire, if you like British comedy satire, you'll find no higher than the Monty Python group. You really won't. But like I said, this movie has been part of the collection for a long time. This was DVD spine number 61, and I believe the DVD was out of print for the longest time. And now, obviously, this is coming back into print. So you have a new 4K digital restoration supervised by Monty Python's Terry Gilliam with a 2.0 DTS HD Master Audio soundtrack. There's an alternate 5.1 DTS HD Master Audio if you want that. One 4K disc of the movie presented in Dolby Vision and one Blu-ray with the features. 2 audio commentaries featuring Python's Gilliam, John Cleese, Eric Idle, Terry Jones, and Michael Palin. Story of Brian, Making of documentary, The Pythons from 1979, a documentary about Monty Python filmed on location for Life of Brian. Behind the scenes Super 8 film shot by Palin, 5 deleted scenes with commentary by the Pythons, original British radio ads starring Mrs. Cleese, Mrs. Gilliam, Mrs. Idle, and Mrs. Palin's dentist. And Palin's dentist, originally illustrated recording by the Pythons of an early version of their screenplay, animated stills gallery trailer, plus an essay by critic Bilge Ebiri. Yeah, it's Monty Python. I've been a fan of Monty Python since I was a kid, specifically their movies. So Monty Python had their show Monty Python's Flying Circus. It's been available on DVD for many years. I don't know if there was ever a Blu-ray release of Monty Python's Flying Circus. Hold on, let me check. There were issues with the DVDs for years, like certain they weren't the right cuts, so there were certain problems for a long time. You had to get the right release. Hold on, Monty Python's Flying Circus. Yeah, there is a Blu-ray release of Monty Python's Flying Circus. I forgot if there was an issue with it or not. I got to do my research. I've always wanted to get the complete series on Blu-ray or DVD, but the movies have been available on every format for many years. One of the first DVDs I ever bought in the early 2000s was at the mall, and it was Monty Python and the Holy Grail. And I had it in my collection for the longest. I still do, still have it actually, but I upgraded it years ago to the Blu-ray, and there's 4K I think of that movie now as well. But these movies, like I said, have been released and re-released so many times because they are culturally beloved by many, including myself. Um, let's see, we have some other comments here. I Acres of Movies agrees with me, starring John Singleton. I'm somewhat troubled by the allegations Sidney Lumet's daughter made regarding him. I'm not sure what that is. I probably should look that up. Um, have you seen Matty Rich movie Straight Outta Brooklyn? No, I haven't. Acres of Movie says, what are the handful of on-camera performances of the 1990s that you would select for the 90s Mount Rushmore of on-screen performances? Okay. Jeez. You got so many. I'm just thinking of it's got to be, Tom Hanks in Philadelphia. That's a really good performance. That's a really good performance. You've got Malcolm. You got Denzel Washington and Malcolm X. Because if we're doing Mount Rushmore, it's only four. Denzel Washington and, like I said, Malcolm X. So you got Tom Hanks, and ironically, they both started in Philadelphia together. Interesting. Who else? Let me see. Oh, I got to pick out some other ones, don't I? I would have to go look up. Hold on. I'm going to look up something for a second here. We got time, I guess. See, just looking up because I was thinking of something. Let me look. So I've got those two. I've got, like I said, Denzel for Malcolm X. I've got Tom Hanks for Philadelphia. Some good ones there. I would definitely say Frances McDormand for Fargo. That's a good performance. That's a really good performance. There's a lot of them here. There's a lot of them here. Let's see. I feel like you need to have a Meryl Streep in there, maybe. Because I want to do, let me see. That's a really good performance too. There's a lot of great ones. You know what? And Jodie Foster for Silence of the Lambs. Yeah, she had to carry that movie. And everybody wants to say Anthony Hopkins, but she carried that movie. But anywho, back to the task at hand. We are in Trouble in Paradise. No, Trouble in Paradise. It's an Ernst Lubitsch film. Got some more Ernst Lubitsch on 4K this time. I think it's the first 4K of an Ernst Lubitsch film, maybe. Ernst Lubitsch's famed touch is on exquisite display in this sexy pre-code jewel of a movie. This is it's anything with glittering with witty innuendo an elegant comic invention. It's love at first swindle when high society thief Gaston Montesquieu and pickpocket Lily Vautier cross paths amid the canals of Venice while attempting to con each other. And then it's off to Paris, where the pair meet their match in their latest mark, the très chic Madame Collet, whose fabulous fortune is exceeded only by her powers of seduction with its delightfully risque dialogue, swoon-worthy couture, and high deco style. Trouble in Paradise is a pinnacle of comic romantic sophistication that fizzles like the that fizzes like the finest champagne. It's Ernst Lubitsch. It's a pre-code film. It's excellent. It's excellent. um, Herbert Marshall, Miriam Hopkins, Kay Francis star in the movie. They're all excellent in the film. I yeah, I love this movie. It's excellent. So we've got 4K digital restoration with uncompressed binaural soundtrack, restored by the UCLA Film and Television Archive and Film Foundation, with funding provided by Hobson/Lucas Family Foundation. One 4K disc of the movie, as well as one Blu-ray for the features. Audio commentary featuring Scott Eyman, biographer of director Ernst Lubitsch. I have a couple of Scott Eyman books actually. He's done a lot of biographies. I have one on Cary Grant and one on John Wayne. He's done a bunch of them. Um, Anywho, introduction by filmmaker Peter Bogdanovich. Rest in peace, you ascot wearing beautiful man. New video essay by critic David Cairns, and that's it. Plus an essay by critic Farron Smith Neame. And that is Trouble in Paradise, the Ernst Lubitsch film. I love Ernst Lubitsch, so I will be getting that at some point. Then last we've got Gilda. Gilda, one of my favorite film noirs of all time, starring one of my favorite actresses of all time. Rita Hayworth tosses her hair back and slightly. Gilda, are you decent? Rita Hayworth tosses her hair back and slyly responds, me. It's one of the most iconic shots ever in movies, in my opinion. You have the most stunning woman replying back to her husband, and it's the timing of it so perfect, the framing of it so perfect. It's one of the greatest star entrances in movie history. Gilda, directed by Charles Vidor, features a sultry Hayworth in her most iconic role as the much lusted after wife of a criminal kingpin, as well as the former flame of his bitter henchman, who is portrayed by Glenn Ford. And she drives them both mad with desire and jealousy. An ever-shifting battle of the sexes set on a Buenos Aires casino's glittering floor and in its shadowy back rooms. Gilda is among the most sensual of all Hollywood noirs. It really is. And it kind of subverts the idea of the femme fatale. Subversion in this sense. So typically, a typical femme fatale is active. They are pursuing somebody and bringing about their downfall. In Gilda, she is the pursuee. These two men are so obsessed with her that it leads to them having problems. You know what I mean? It's this idea of desire leads you down a path of self-destruction. And that's something that's too true in life, very too true. And Gilda is just the ultimate, object of desire in this movie. Like I said, Rita Hayworth stunning in this. Stunning. Let me see what we have here for special features. I lost my. Oh, there it is. So, like I said, I've had this on Blu-ray for many years. I think it's the same features. New 4K digital restoration, one disc of the 4K with Dolby Vision, and one Blu-ray with the film and the special features. Audio commentary with film critic Richard Schickel. Interview with film noir historian Eddie Muller, whom we've had here on Chasing Labels about. Oh goodness, it's going to be about 4 years now, coming this May. Program featuring filmmakers Martin Scorsese and Baz Luhrmann discussing their appreciation for Gilda, The Odyssey of Rita Hayworth, a 1964 episode of the television show Hollywood and Stars. There's an essay by critic Sheila O'Malley. So that's the movie Gilda. Once again, one of my favorites. I can't stress that enough. If you want a good film noir, watch Gilda, watch Laura. You'll be good to go. It'll set you up for a good foundation. So, once more from the top, we have John Singleton's Hood Trilogy. We've got Eclipse Series number 48, Tanaka directs. We have Point Blank by John Borman getting a 4K UHD release. We have the 2025 film Resurrection getting a Criterion Premieres release. We have Life of Brian coming back into print, getting a 4K UHD release. Trouble in Paradise, an Ernst Lubitsch film, getting a 4K UHD release. And we've got Gilda getting a Blu-ray release. Oh no, getting a 4K release. Sorry. These are all coming out in May. All coming out in April. Sorry, my mind is complete mush because we've hit the 4-hour mark and I'm going to pass out. So yeah, these are all coming out in April. April 7th is Gilda. April 14th is Trouble in Paradise. Life of Brian is also the 14th of April. The 21st will be Resurrection. And the 21st is also Point Blank. And then the 28th will be both the Eclipse series set as well as the John Singleton's Hood Trilogy set. Now, let me just check in on some of the comments here. Acres of Movie says Borman Excalibur, terrific. Yes, it's the best Arthurian legend adaptation ever in movie form. You as a kicker would be cool. Thank you. I want that for Coogler too. Also, Dog Day Afternoon and OJ. Interesting. That actually would not be a bad. I know that Ryan Coogler is currently doing a reboot of the X-Files, which is fascinating to me. So he's not apropos to taking on previous projects or reintroducing previous projects. So that's not a bad idea. The Dog Day Afternoon one. Thanks. I've been doing Mount Rushmore and envisioning them. That's always tough because there's only like 4 choices on Mount Rushmore, right? So yeah, it's tough. Trouble in Paradise is terrific. It is indeed. Thank you, Acres of Movies. Always happy for the shout out. Yours is the best program ever, according to Acres of Movies. Hopefully, according to many people. Acres of Movies also asked, should Lionel make a toy train set for Under Siege 2 or Unstoppable? Go with Unstoppable. If you're referring to the Tony Scott movie, Unstoppable. Why not? Tony Scott just needs more. His movies need to be recognized more. So special edition Blu-rays, etc., make action figures for the character. Example, Kathleen Turner's Serial Mom action figure. Yes, they should. So back in the day, but not really back in the day. This is about 10 to 15 years ago. There was a special edition of Ben-Hur where it had like the Ben-Hur. It was like a little statue, actually. It wasn't an action figure, but it was a little Ben-Hur statue, and it came with it. I think that was, I don't know if it was a Best Buy exclusive or something like that. I can't remember, but anywho, that just reminds me of that. The thing is, you can get the little action figures for movie characters too. You can buy them. You can always buy them separately. Not for every movie, but like, I guess action movies. At least when I was younger, they used to do that. Certain special editions, DVDs, Blu-rays, they used to come with sometimes they would come with figures or something that would make it a little extra special. They typically don't do that much anymore, except for the boutique labels, actually. The boutique labels do stuff like that, where you can get cool extra swag. I know Severin does it a bunch. Arrow has their collector's edition that come with like posters and art cards and little knickknacks like that. When I do the trilogy, when I talk about the Turtles trilogy set from Arrow, there are little like knickknacks and tchotchke things in here that are actually designed by our friend Scott Saslow. So our friend Scott Saslow, this is I'll say it's in the works. He will be coming and talking about this set and other stuff that he's been working on that he has worked on in late March. That's when he will be tentatively coming on here on Chasing Labels. I just have to keep talking with him about that because I do want to hear what his thoughts were on making the little designs in here. When it came to like the collectible cards that are in here. There's a little like membership card for the pizzeria that's in the second movie. Little things like that are always fun to talk about. Um, let's see. Uh, Acres the movie wants a reboot of Rin Tin Tin. I don't know if anybody remembers Rin Tin Tin. Rin Tin Tin was one of the first like movie dogs that became famous. There was, of course, there's Rin Tin Tin, Lassie, Old Yeller. Boy, that's a tragic movie. Um, let's see. Acres of Movies asks, Marty Bregman's family calls you. They say, dang, man, we don't know what to do, man. We are giving you Scarface franchise. What do you do with that? Make a new one? Make a program? Cast Colin Farrell? Who? Well, the thing is, they were going to do a Scarface reboot years ago, and they were going to set it in modern day. And it just, I don't think it ever worked out. They never figured it out. Or they just scrapped the idea. And they were working on it for a while. So I wouldn't make a sequel. You can't make it if you know the end of Scarface. Well, I'm assuming the Brian De Palma Scarface. There's no sequel to that. So no sequel. So I assume you have to do it again. But the problem with that is you're always going to be compared to the one that's the most popular, and that's of course the Brian De Palma film with Al Pacino, Michelle Pfeiffer, all of that stuff. So there's you can't win in that situation. Even as good of a movie as you can make, I don't think you win in that situation making a new Scarface movie. You know what I mean? JB says, by the way, just recently picked up the Blu-ray complete series of the X-Files. Nice. What a reference. So this is going back pre-COVID, pre-pandemic. I was picking up the individual seasons of X-Files because I wanted to buy them individually instead of getting the complete box because at the time they were doing like a couple of revival seasons they did. Speaking of revival seasons, they were doing a couple of revival seasons, and I'm like, oh, okay, if they're gonna play these games, I'm just gonna buy the individual releases. Plus, it was getting to the point where the individual releases you can find them for like $10 to $15 at certain stores, particularly Fye at the time. And so I was picking them up pretty cheap, and I got through the first 5 seasons, I think I have, and I've got to get the rest of them. The problem is getting the rest of them now can be expensive, like uber expensive. I don't know if they're just out of print or they're just super limited at now because it's been so many years. But the X Files has an interesting history of home video distribution. They were like one of the first DVD like TV shows ever put out, and they were expensive back in the late 90s. But anywho, um, the X Files, yeah, is I still got to complete that. There's a lot of holes in my TV show collection that I've still got to complete, and that's one of them. Um, yeah, it's a never ending process. It's always ongoing. um, let's see. Acres of Movies says Colin Farrell, Tony Montana. Please, interesting. You want Colin Farrell as Tony Montana? And first of all, I mean, he's not. I mean, he can be a Tony Montana character. Just change his name because he's not. Colin Farrell's not. He's not Cuban, and he's actually neither was Al Pacino. So I guess it would be consistent. I guess it would be consistent. But he's got. I understand what you're saying. He's got the look. Colin Farrell's got that look. If you put him in that type of garb, he looks great. He looks great. I get it. I get it. Totally get it. Um, let's see. Acres of Movies says New Jack City Legacy sequel. Mario Van Peebles is like heck yeah. Why not? Um, sure. I mean, ironically, that movie is a Scarface kind of remake. So if you're talking about remakes of Scarface, definitely New Jack City. New Jack City, super underrated movie. Where's our 4K UHD of that? Um, that's a good movie. I was thinking of that movie the other night, actually, just randomly. Um, oh boy, Acres of Movies asks, what 90s and 2000s movies are so bad they're good comedies? For me, Master of Disguise, Dana Carvey, I watch it all the time. It's like watching a really funny car wreck. I saw that movie in the theater when it came out. I saw that movie in the theater when it came out, and I obviously at the time I didn't. know that, like, it was terrible. I thought it was funny as hell. It's ridiculously dumb, and there's a lot of parts of that movie still to this day are ridiculously dumb. I mentioned, Adam Sandler's Little Nicky earlier. That's probably a movie from 2000 that I know people are not big fans of, but like I said, nostalgia drives my love my like for that movie pretty high. I'm looking over at my comedy section. I don't know if it's, movies that are so bad. Like, Old School is still funny. Old School is still funny. A lot of those 2000s comedies don't hold up in terms of, subject matter. It's different time. As recent as that was in our minds, different time in terms of, um, certain sensibilities and language and things like that. There's a lot that doesn't really hold up over time. I'm just looking over at my all the American Pie sequels. I know maybe they're nowhere near as good as the original, but I still think they're fine. Even like, although American Reunion's not a 2000s comedy, came out a little later. But yeah, I'm thinking of Little Nicky. Maybe other Adam Sandler films as well. Let's see. Oh, Eggers movie says a very strange curiosity of a movie. Talking about Master of Disguise. I think he was trying to compete with Michael Myers by doing all the different faces and things. That is actually interesting because if you think, Mike Myers he's been doing that whole, like, doing a bunch of different characters thing since the 90s. Granted, they both have that SNL background, so they did numerous characters on SNL. And I think Dana Carvey was trying to, like, revive his career at that point. This is the early 2000s, and he never really revived his career after that. I mean, he's still around, but in terms of, you know uplifting his career, I think Master of Disguise was supposed to do that. Never really did. All right, let me see. We're gonna be kind of closing it out here soon. So, one last comment here. I'd love to go to the fountain from the Married with Children credit sequence. What places would you like to go from what TV shows or movies? Oh, goodness gracious. Um, the biggest one, New Zealand, to go through where they film Lord of the Rings. That's like a bucket list, all time bucket list. Like, like what if you can do one thing ever? It would be that you go to where they have the sets up with Hobbiton and all that. You go to the mountains where the Fellowship crossed over, all that kind of stuff. You walk the path of Lord of the Rings, all that good stuff. I would love to go to the studios, where Peter Jackson's company is and all that kind of stuff. Um, that's the biggest one. That's the all-time one. I would love to also go to the places where, this may sound ridiculous, um, where they shot the Star Wars prequels, where they shot, like, those sets where they shot Naboo and stuff like that. Like, I see people go to that, like, on vacation all the time and all that stuff, and it looks stunningly beautiful, stunningly beautiful. Um, there would be all kinds of places I would love to go. Um, you can go to the steps in Washington, D.C., where they filmed The Exorcist. You could go so many places. Um, yeah. Oh man, you can go Mulholland Drive. Yeah, Mulholland Drive. It's to me, it's more going to, like, where they make the movies would be kind of fun. Go to L.A., you go to Paramount. I would love to go to film festivals, to be quite honest with you. That seems like more my speed, but yeah, I get it. But I think we're gonna be calling it here. Um, JB says the coffee shop in Fraser, nice. If it did exist, they're from Seattle. That makes sense. Oh, Seattle would be an interesting place to go. Because can go to see where they started the grunge music was in Seattle. That would be pretty cool. Um, yeah. There's so much. I mean, there's so many places where they film movies, even around here. Um, Heck, they filmed movies here in the summer. J.J. Abrams filmed his movie here recently. M. Night Shyamalan filmed a movie here, so this place is here I could probably go to, ironically. But anyway, let me call it now. Let me call it now just because we're past the 4 hour mark and I'm winded here. So thank you all for watching. Thank you all for listening. Thank you all for tuning in for this new episode, this new spine number of Chasing Labels, number 182. There was something else I wanted to talk about. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk about the schedule. So coming up, obviously in 2 weeks, we will have another new episode of Chasing Labels. That'll bring us to February, won't it? Monday, February 2nd, which will be Groundhog Day. Yes, because next Monday will be the 26th, and the Monday after that will be the 2nd. Oh, that's gonna. I'll see what it's gonna be like at the time. I may have to push that to another Tuesday because February 1st we will be having the announcements from Vinegar Syndrome as well as their partner labels. It'll give me no time to go over any of that. So anyway, I may be pushing that to the 3rd, but I will see how things go from there till now. But between then and now, we will be having another episode of the Unwatched Pile. That will be on next Monday, actually. The 26th will be the Unwatched Pile. I forget who's going to be the guest on there. I should have asked Steven who is. But anywho, we will be back here next Monday for the Unwatched Pile. I think that's all I wanted to say. Check out the stuff we've been doing here recently. We just had a Blu-ray reviews up for the couple of the new Criterion releases for the month of January. We have the movie Birth, the Jonathan Glazer film that got a 4K UHD release, as well as Michael Curtiz's Captain Blood got a 4K UHD release, as well as the movie House Party got a 4K UHD release as well. So check out the reviews for that we have here on Chasing Labels, as well as our recent episode of Movies Down Memory Lane, which we talked about Goodfellas, the Martin Scorsese classic, if you will. Just the one of my favorite Martin Scorsese movies ever, a staple of the gangster genre. But thank you all for watching. Thank you all for listening. Oh, another place I would love to go. I did is I would love to go to where they film Clerks in New Jersey. I would love to where they have the Clerks store as well as the movie theater that Kevin Smith owns. I would love to do that. Anywho, let me get out of here. Let me get out of here. But thank you all for watching. Thank you all for listening. Thank you to everybody in the comments that have been talking to me and all that kind of stuff. All the support, we welcome it here in any way possible. So keep on watching those movies because I know I will.